Welcome back, folks. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は270、79日、9日 ?9 日目です。Today is day 279. We are back from a little excursion yesterday. Took the day off. Went to a little gig. It was a wonderful session, very intimate. We had like a venue that was apparently like a recording studio, and a wonderful time watching and participating, spectating some live music performance. Quite lovely. Got to meet up with one of my close friends. And now we're back. Hopefully we can get back into our gear. Get back in gear. Do what we remember. Do a little practicing on the side. And it looks like we're wrapping up Unit 72. Unit 72 was largely a definitely one of the bigger grammar related things. I mean, the theme itself was grammar, so largely focusing on the past plain form, among other things. There's definitely teasers for other grammar points that we have not come across formally as a group yet. So let's hop right into this, shall we? 始めましょう。Unit 72. We're getting close. We're getting close to the story ones. 4 units away. Alright. So our main thing was... we have da, right? Let's add the other ones. Oh, nai. How do I guess... that covers that. That covers that. Also have... nakata. Right. Those are our 3 major endings in this one. So past tense at the plain form, right? The plain form, which we'll go over next. And then the ending for past tense. And then there's also the negation in the past negation. So let's do our prototypic. There were a few points I needed to clarify last time, and I think I found my answer. So start with aru, right? So aru. Oof. Yep. So let's see. So we have atta, right, for adu. And to clarify, I was, I think 2 days ago, I was confused a little bit on the conjugation of naru. But naru, they used naru in the past tense. They didn't use naru in the negation past tense. However, they did use aru in the negation past tense. So aru was nakatta. It just happens to be nakatta. So it's a irregular. And that was throwing me off. And it kind of checks out on the specific sentence I was thinking about. Like, there is no money, right? Okane ga nakatta, right? There is no money. So now it makes sense. I was trying to figure out what it is, but we know da, right? So, oh yeah, we should cover that too. So data, right? And we did not use iru. Did we use iru? Did. So iru is ita. Ita. Not ita. Ita. So iru. And then iru. There's also suru. Shita. Hopefully I don't get it confused with shita. So so those form our bases, right? We have the aru da, iru, and suru. Arunai. I don't think I have. No nai. The aru was not no nai yet for aru. Data. I think data ended up being janai, but I'll leave that for now. No. Janai is the. Oh, it might be actually. I'll look up that later. And then ita, we have inai. Right? Inai. And then inakatta. Oops. Then shita, shinai. And shinakatta. So those aren't too bad. Yeah, no negation of these things. Largely we're focusing on the past tense, plain past tense. No negations. There are a few negations here and there. And let's do some verbiage. What were some included? We had godans. I mean ichidans. I guess technically Iru is being treated as a Ichidan. So is Shiru. Suru. Oh wait, no. Not Suru. Suru is not. Alright. We have Yasumu. Let's just do it in no particular order right now. I'm organized my head right now. We'll use taberu. So tabeta. Tabeta. As our eru. Ichidan. Yeah, eru Ichidan. Right. Do some godans. We have tatsu. So tata. Looking the way. I'm likely to guess you replace these with just nakata. Once you have this stem, once you have this form, and the change here, you can change it to nakata. But I didn't see it yet. Tatsu. We have Ieru. Ieru is a new one. Ieru is actually a Godan. So, right? No. Wait, I'm thinking of something else. Sorry, I was thinking Erabu. Erabu. It's so tall. You know what? Oops. Erabu, so. Ooh. Right. Eranda. Eranda. Okiru. Oh, Okiru is Ichidan. Okiru. Okita. Oyobu. Ayobu? Asobu? Oh, Asobu. Yes, Asobu. Asonda. Sonda. I don't remember what the theme was. I don't think there was a theme, an overall theme. Aku? Aku would be kaita. 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 Right. Okay. 始まる。春。そう、始まった。始まった。Yes. Right. Yaseru? Yaseru ichidan, so yeah. Right. Be yaseta. Yaseta. Okay, I think that's pretty decent. Yasumu, during Yasumu. Yasonda. Yasunda. 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 So we're good with that. That's pretty alright. It was Node. Node. I remember writing a reminder for myself for maybe it was like a mas stem plus sugiru I think that's it. Those are our major things. There was a thing with amena amena no. Do you write all your recent learned words down just to refresh yourself before you jump into Duo? Yes, I do. From the last 2 units. I have like a 3-3-6 cycle. So it takes me 3 units to it takes me 3 days to complete a unit. On day 1, we do the introduction exercise, and then we form this thing at the end of a session. So on day 1, we do the new unit, and at the end of the session, I write this mnemonic out. It's a combination of whatever ways to sort things out. This unit happens to be a grammar unit, so it's all like predicates and whatnot. It can be a story, it can be like an outline, it could be categorization. But at the end of day 1, I have this. So then when we start day 2, which is the second unit, we pay attention to anything that I forgot, as in I didn't write down. So any new thing from this unit, and then we add it to the thing that we wrote. And then we do the same thing again with the new stuff. So I did add a few things. So this is day 2 now. We're on day 2. Or like, we finished day 2, sorry. And then now we're on day 3, which we do the practice, then the review, and then the unit things, which is about the same length as these individual ones. So we're on day 3, which then we do the same thing, which we add day 1 and day 2's recall. Like, this is the recall section. So I start every session with an active recall. That is something I don't think people usually do, or do less of, because they typically go out and practice. But generally, practice can be situational, so you don't necessarily practice everything in a unit form. I do practice outside of Duolingo. However, I also practice for the unit as well before we get into the session. So day 3, we review this. And then, since it takes 3 days, day 4 through day 6, when I'm repeating this with the new unit, I'm also carrying over. So I'm about to do the next part. So then I do this recall almost a week for each unit. And then in a long format, Duolingo occasionally tackle these chapters, these units again to keep it reinforced. And then maybe like 100 days down the road, I try to review the last 100 days worth of units recalling these layouts. So this is my layout for unit 72. And then now I'm doing the 6th day of the recall on unit 71, which is the unit before. And it keeps cycling like that for now. That's my current routine that I'm working on at the moment, or working with. So unit 71 is I guess it deals with travel. So start with issue. We have hen or atari. I also use shorthand. There's a lot of shorthand that over time I've used to make things a little bit more efficient. Like plus signs and arrows and tildes. Oh, gaikoku. 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 Gaikoku go. Haigai. It wasn't always this way. Obviously, this is a work in progress, and it tends to change over time. After like a month or two, something is added. I used to just I started with doing whatever Duolingo does for like the first week or two, and then start expanding from there. Let's see, Kaigai. Kaigai. Ryokan. Ryokan wa Ryokan. So, writing this is not refreshing myself, sort of. I think refreshing deals with reviewing. This is for recall. So, after this, then I refresh myself with the Duolingo lessons. To clarify. This is to see if I encoded without aid. So, active recall is a little bit different from refreshing. I spend Duolingo provides the refresh for the most part. Ryokan. Since Duolingo is doing the SRS part. Ryokan Dandan. Dandan wa ma Dandan Bendy. So that's it for the vocabulary, I think. There were grammar in Unit 71 as well. So we have E and de for e and na. Adjectives. Multi adjectives. Does Japanese have tense or aspects? I've seen arguments for both. I have no idea. I can't differentiate between what a tense or an aspect is. I have no semantic descriptors that differentiates between the two. Let's see. D. So there's a D. We have verb, verbage, and D for multi verbs. Phrase of we have adjective, who, and naru. I'm gonna try to get eight grammatical points. I think 8 was a good number. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's also for this using the imperative K form. There's also tie, negation of tie. Takunai. So takunai de plus takunai de kudasai. And that's more like a naide though, not a I form. Maybe I should have written a shorthand notation for that. Ga or but ga. Oh, I did miss something. Koto for things. Koto. Oh yeah, no worries. Thank you, Mr. Handa-san. Good luck with everything. Yeah, I will definitely. I started late. I'll definitely be on later. So yeah, have a good one until then. Koto. Oh, hands are slippery. Koto. For things. However, there's no. Right, contrast between no and koto as nominalizers. And then we have no for questions. This is where we got our first Ichidan, but it was expanded in Unit 72. Ichidan in the past. There's Holga. I totally forgot about this stuff. So make a note for this. Hol. And Holgai. Holgai. Holgai desu. There is quite a lot of grammar, and I think this is the new wave. I'm kind of curious if they're going to continue this trend or do the thing they did where they did like 2 grammars every 6 to 8 units. So we might not see grammar after this, and it will go back to vocab farming again. And then they're going to try to interweave all of this into it. So now we can speak all our predicates. We are able to be formal, or we're able to be polite and casual in both non-pass and pass, and also negate non-pass and pass. However, in the formal sense, we are also able to ask a lot of forms of question by conjugating the predicates, which we have not gotten to yet. However, now it's like the baseline stuff. I feel like this is where most people like to be already in the first couple months. They like to go over the non-pass, and pass negation as well of the plain form and the polite form, which Duolingo did not do that. Duolingo actually did almost all the common uses of the polite form before they introduced the plain form. Since I'm not like in a hurry to use Japanese or anything, it's really irrelevant in which order they do things, because at some point I will learn those things and then proceed to use them. So I'm really in no urgent. I have no I don't know what it is that makes people very uncomfortable knowing the details, but I feel like if the person you're talking to understands that you're learning a language, they wouldn't be surprised when they hear a person speak like overly formally or overly casually. It's an understanding of learning the language, right? However, I feel lots of times that type of insecurity prevents people from speaking in the first place. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I only know how to speak in the formal, or I only know how to speak in the casual. So they tend to try to cover a lot of bases before they use it. And it's not like I am going out of my way to use Japanese in my daily life, like daily life, like talking to another person. However, when the opportunity presents itself, I have no reservations. Like, oh, Nihongo, benkyou shimashita, right? Shimashita. Or maybe benkyou shimasu. Ooh, suru. Oh, I can do the thing, right? Shiteimasu. Yeah, shiteimasu. And then I will proceed to talk in whatever tense that I learned, right? And it would be understandable. And then the person that I'm talking to would understand, oh, these are the tenses they know, or like this is the formal speak that they're used to, and that removes all doubt. It's kind of like one of those things when someone asks, oh, but what if what if I'm nervous? I'm so nervous to talk to this person. Go up to that person, introduce yourself, and tell them that you're nervous. I obviously make this sound a lot easier than it should be. It sounds easy when you're thinking about it objectively and logically. It isn't easy. I'm not emphasizing that it is easy for everyone when they factor in their emotions, right? And I think that's the same emotional barrier when it comes to learning a language. The fear of speaking with an incomplete comprehension, right, of your target language versus where you're used to emotionally, used to in your native language. Although, with all that said, I want to make one quick comment. If you're nervous in your native language, it doesn't change how nervous you're going to be in your target language. So if you're nervous about explaining things to people about how you feel, like, oh, like my humble apologies, I only have learned this much. Can we try and practice this? If you can't say in your native language, it's rarely ever possible for you to say it in your target language. So sometimes practicing those type of communications with the language that you're comfortable with allows you to practice your lack of experience with interpersonal communication, right? I have no problems telling people, like, hey, may I have your feedback, please? I'm a bit nervous. I feel like I feel kind of insecure about my incomplete knowledge. But what do you, if you have the time, may I entertain you with what I learned about this target language, and then proceed to speak Japanese? That's perfectly fine too, right? I think the thing that I said first is far more uncomfortable already in the native language for most people when they approach someone, right? So something to keep in mind. This is my soft emotional rebuttal, perhaps, to people who are very, very concerned about learning things in very specific order. Now, there is definitely a more efficient order to things. The question is, it might be efficient on a statistical average. However, is it efficient to keep you going? I feel that's a better question. So I think Duolingo went with the idea like, well, if I had to embody them, we're going formal speech anyways, so let's cover most of all the polite speech first, so it kind of gives you an idea, and hopefully they stay along with the ride until we introduce plain. So this is the second plain unit, and the casual speak is mirroring the formal speech so far. The formal or the polite speech, we had a lot of things in the present tense for a really long time. Then we finally get introduced to the past tense, and then they vigorously do use that in and out. In fact, in between the polite form of all the predicates, there was the negation and past tense and past negation of adjectives, right? So far, those are the biggest units that they have outside of your sentence construction stuff like conditionals and whatnot. I think this is all the grammar points I'm going to cover for 71. I'm sure there are more, but now it's like hardwired into my brain at this point. Like kunaide. Kunaide is kunaide is something that I just see now. I think it's because the polite stuff always has the linking vowel e. Yeah. And they chose there are a lot of the practical reasons that I would say they chose the the mas form. Lots of phrases and stuff uses the mas stem as well. So like the mas stem is the most consistent across the board, as in like it is the lowest barrier of entry. So when you find, like I've written it here too, the mas stem. So when you have the mas stem, there are no euphonic changes. Most of the time there are no euphonic changes. And euphonic changes involves an additional syllable change, right? I would call them syllable change or sound change. So when you move to the plain form, you get introduced to the different euphonic changes. So like then you have to distinguish between then you have to further distinguish more things. Like Godans have multiple group sets, and those euphonic changes are different before the ending, and then the ending itself can also change. So they chose the least. Japanese has 3 irregulars. Yeah, they have 3 irregulars and 1 like super rare, like and the irregulars, and then there's specific ones that are not entirely irregular. They're normal for some of the stuff, and some of the few exceptions are irregular. So the most 3 obvious irregulars that are encountered most of the time is kuru, iku, iku, and suru. And then there is irregularity in a lot, but the most common type of like conjugation are not irregular in a lot of them. Spanish has like 12 irregular roots, and they're grandfathered into other words. So tener is counted, but not non-tener. Yeah, so you know, that's good enough to know how many irregulars. I think irregulars come with an advantage, in my opinion, since a lot of people are systematically, this is my personal take, systematically, I think people will be surprised how more commonly they're fit to remember the irregulars, the exceptions, than there is for the consistent ones. In my opinion, like, because they stick out like sore thumbs. So like, at least in my opinion, for now, in terms of Japanese, all the exceptions seem like the fun part, where you dedicate some time to them. At least that's my personal take on it. You get so used to doing your complacent stuff, most of the effort and like attention gets lifted, and it leans on the irregular. So kind of like you get so caught up in a language, you remember the nuances you're more interested and invested in the nuances later on than you are with, you know, your grammar, your typical consistent things. Low-key hot take for me. It might be, for me, it might be related to my interest in English, because English is irregular. Like, it is more likely to be irregular than it is to be consistent. So it's kind of hard to even know if a thing is irregular. So I might be speaking from a bias standpoint, where my default language, English, literally has 2 verb patterns between Germanic and Latin, but that's not what I'm saying. You're talking about patterns that exist. English does not have, like, you can't, like, in my opinion, you can't categorize them in this way. So like, the thing you're talking about verb patterns. Yeah, but you're not, in my opinion, you're viewing things so compartmentalized by comparing apples and oranges. So like, for example, yes, Spanish have 12 irregular roots, but Japanese have irregularities that aren't involved in the irregular roots that you're talking about, right? So it's like saying a car has 4 wheels, but a bicycle has 2 wheels. And then you can appreciate the difference because a car has 4 wheels and a bicycle has 2 wheels. I doubt it. I doubt you have an appreciation of what a bicycle is. Like, what's the difference between a bicycle and a motorcycle? Well, they both have 2 wheels. Actually, some motorcycle has 4 wheels, but I digress. All right. So let's get into our review, our wrap up here. And we have personalized practice. I don't know how far they're going to go back with this. Okay.
毎朝散歩しました。
毎朝. Dang. The irregularity in English vowels is completely intractable through. I agree. Yeah, I have no idea. I like English because English is English, I suppose. Maybe that's due to the comfort level. But I like to have the idea that for me, English helps me appreciate. So yeah. I think what I'm trying to say in a positive way is the things I like about Japanese is because I'm an English speaker. I don't necessarily think that's the viewpoint that a lot of language learners like to take. As in, the things that they focus on a lot of times are the patterns and habits that they form in their native language, and they tend to point out things that are incongruous with their target language, much like your focus on making comparisons based on contrast as opposed to having a bigger aspect, in my opinion. What sound does OU make? Who knows? Yeah, I have no idea. Add in thought and ground to theirs, right? Yeah. So my commentary largely focuses on, like, yeah, there are things that maybe making target language acquisition not as smooth. However, turning them into something functional is how I would say one would create smoothness, right? So I champion the things that I can take advantage of. I think English has conditioned me to focus on irregularities, as in, so far that is the most consistent behavior between anyone who I've spoken with, which we use English as a bridging language. So any person, in my opinion, so far, who spoke English with me, because I only understand English at a high level, their commentary often focuses on sticking out the nuances, the contrast between things. And rarely is it a celebration of systems, because I feel like it kind of falls apart in English most of the time. So the most comforting state when it comes to English speakers, which so far is still consistent behavior, is the idea that they want to embrace the systems of at least Japanese, like the systems, and categorize the systems. Yet most of the time when they're talking about the nuances and the exceptions, which is a very, very common and classical behavior of English speakers, at least anecdotally. And I'm not saying other languages don't have this specific behavior. For me, the highest frequency of conversation about any target language with someone who has experience with the English language is to constantly talk and compare in contrast of all of this stuff. So like they learn all the basic foundations and the systems, and then most of the conversation deals with the exceptions. Yeah. With Chinese, I'm really at a cultural deficit with some of the pragmatics of word meanings. I don't know if I have a great grasp of cultural understanding of the use. This is interesting because that Thanksgiving dinner that I had. Hello there, Cozy. By the way, that Thanksgiving dinner that I had recently, the French family friend specifically talked about the lack of conjugation in the Chinese language. Like, because I brought up language learning, and they're also they have a language barrier as well to some extent. And his first and only example that he made a commentary, like as a joke or like as a humor and icebreaker, is the idea that he was getting used to how his significant other uses English from time to time in the same way that she uses Chinese. So then it would be like they would add an extra word to a verb to give it the past tense. So they would use the present tense of the English word and add an additional word to indicate that it is the past tense, which is kind of how to illustrate like the pragmatics of word meaning in Chinese. A lot of times that's one of the more common ones. Like my parents does it. My parents do it all the time. See, I kind of did it there myself now that I think about it. And like since we were talking about conjugations just now, so thought it's very normal to my ears though. Hello there, Pixie. You are new here. I see that. First time chat message. Like, I don't know what that is. King? But what was a king in China? Oh, that's a good point. What was a king in China? That's a good point. Honestly, when I read that, I also read king too. However, I guess the most common title was emperor. Yeah. Yeah, it's emperor. So yeah, I don't know where they got but I haven't even considered that. You know, when I'm watching like pre-imperial time drama, I always took it as king, as in the English translation. Whenever I tell my parents or something, like it's king, Wan Xiang, right? Or I might have pronounced that incorrectly, but you know what I mean. And then I think about it, it's like, but in English, in like historically in the English context, it would be emperor. I don't know, like kingdom, the king under the heavens, but usually it's the emperor, the emperor in the heavens. I don't know. That's kind of a good question, or a good thought, or a good observation. I haven't really sat down to think about that. Oh, Mayasa. Let's continue with our lesson here. Because we gotta keep on pace here. Mayasa. How are you, Pixie? Mayasa. Wait, I did it. I wrote it backwards. Was there's probably two strokes, right? Oh no, there's no stroke through it. That's why it looked weird. Actually, the Mayasa. 毎朝散歩。あ、散歩をしました。散歩。Sun. We haven't written sun. This particular sun in a while. Maybe it's this. Yeah. Sanpo. Then you wonder, how did Japan adapt the word? Did they have the same dynastic and royal system as China to where this word would fit? That's a good point. I actually I don't know I'm not good enough to know how this so yeah, the Japanese had, like, historically I use the word emperor for Japan, but there's also the shogunate, right? There's also the shogunate, which technically the shogun is appointed by the emperor, right? And the shogun is the supreme military leader because of their separation of how they separated the obligations. There's also like wasn't there like another thing like the daimo or daimyo, which is the feudal lord. So that there was that too. Emperor is tenyo. Shogun is shogun. I know shogun is shogun. Yeah, and then there's the daimyo. Daimyo is the feudal lords in Japan. Quite a lot of overlap with like the separation of understanding how westernized feudal times worked, right? You had like vassals, subjects, and then you have your king, queen, and stuff. Yeah, Japan was isolated for a while. Yes, that's kind of one of the hallmarks of Japanese history. They were an isolationist nation. Okay. So, 散歩をしました。毎朝散歩をしました。We go walk every day. Oh, every morning. 毎朝。毎晩。So, 晩。Oh no. Is it a box or a day? I feel like it's a day, right? It would make sense. 毎晩。Okay. 毎晩一緒に、一緒。一緒。Show is the show. The show. That's a good one. Because we know this character much better now. This radical. 一緒。そう。一緒に散歩をしました。
一緒に
一緒に Interesting. Oh, ni is higher. 一緒に一緒にI don't know about that. That's probably the way it reads. Isolated.
いつ転びましたか。
いつ I think Itsu is Itsu. Itsu korobimashita ka? Korobimashita ka? Korobimashita ka? Falling. Oh. Kobu. Nope. Thing. Koro. Where have I seen you? You remind me of... Oh no, it's not exactly the same. It's one stroke less from do. That's interesting. When did you fall?
あそこの海は綺麗ですよ。
Siberia was native until the 1600s. Alright. あそこの、この海は綺麗でしょ。綺麗でしょ。7月。7月。7月4日に、海の、Yeah, wait, are they describing an action? いませんか? Umi.
で、に、
Oh,
に、で、
guess the location, and then that's the date because it's Suru. So 7月4日に海で、バーベキュー。Oh my gosh. バーベキューをしませんか?
金曜日に転びました。
金曜日に転びました。金曜日転びました。金曜日に転びました。
どこかで財布を落としました。
どこか。Oh, that's fine. どこかで財布。Oh boy. 財布。Oh no. That one's kinda rough. That. Oh no, it's not. It's. Oh yeah, messed up the top. Oof, Saifu. It's in futon though. Same futon. Okay. 落としました。落としました。So. No. It's a no to otos. Dokoka. Probably dropped my phone. Tabun. Tabun. Why is Mo here? I guess they just... What? Did they Mo? Ooh. I remember this. Hey, tight. I have no problems remembering tight. Right. K. I'm guessing is this. This. Right. Yeah, K tight. K tight. So K tightを落としました。
落としました。
多分。
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 氷を持ってきました。
氷。No, but I think we got it. Right. 氷。Right there. No. 氷を持ってきました。そう、持つ。Right. 持ついる。No, 持つ来る。So, 持つ is 持つ。Okay. I guess some ice is fine. Honestly, I think I bought ice. They'll accept this. Yes. はい。タオルを持ってきました。持ってきました。持ってきました。タオル。
タオル。
お店を今開けてください。
お店を今、開けてください。開けて。Please open your, I guess.
どうやってこのお店まで行きますか？
どうやって。
どうや
って。Oh, you know what? I actually get that now. Or at least a part of it. Because you could see this as a yaru, right? You could see this as a yaru. Like do, right? And then do, how do. Or like aspect, or not that's a bad word. Characteristic do. So like what do, right? What do? How? どうやって. And this would be it could be seen as the te form of yaru. I mean, I don't actually know if it is, but it kind of just checks out, so I wouldn't write it off as a coincidence.
どうやってこのお店まで行きますか？この店。
Not that it's important or not, it doesn't change my understanding of what どうやって means. どうやってこの店ね。
どうやってこのお店まで行きますか？
まで行きますか？
行きますか？
お店？
どうやってこのお店まで行きますか？
Always thinking about the honorific at the end. It's like, oh, well, there's an O. You might as well throw in a honorific here and there. Yeah. どうやってこのお店まで行きますか? How do you get to the store? Or how do I go to the store?
お店
お店を今開けてください。
ください。
今日の授業。Oh boy, 授業。Wait. Uh-oh. No. I think I might have added too many strokes, yeah. And then wrong radical. And then it's like this. Oh no, it's 3. Oh, that's why. Wait. It's 3 then across. Dang. So I can do the 3. Yeah. Oof. 授業は終わりました。終わりました。終わる。Don't remember the right radical, but it's got this. Oh. Yes, I remember now. 終わる。Oh, right. I need the wa. 終わる。終わりました。今夜レポートを書きます。
はお
くだい。くだい。No, not くだい。課題。Right? 課題 No? I think it's 課題 They use 課題課題 Right. 課題 and then so and it's the full fat. So it's this one. It's a traditional. 課題 what else we have? More. And then Owaru again. and 英語。英語で言う。Are you using? 英語。語。Alright. So,
も
もう、英語
英語
の課題、
課題
課題
は
は
終わりましたか？
英語の課題はもう終わりましたか？ Oh, that's fair.
昨日歴史のテストを受けました。
歴史。Oh no. Is there... I don't know if there's a dot up there. I don't think there's a dot up there. That looks weird. Go with no dot.歴史のテストを受けました。受ける？Yes. I don't remember it. The character. Oh no, never mind. Just kidding. No, we don't have ukeru. But it does help with Yu-Gi-Oh! Though. Oh, did I write Yu-Gi-Oh! Incorrect? I think I might have messed up first character. I did. I added an extra stroke. Possibly. I'm not sure if I added this stroke here. There's no stroke there if I made a mistake on that. But it does help me with Yu-Gi-Oh! Interesting. Ukeru. Ukeru is not far from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Ju. I took this, I suppose, yesterday. 昨日歴史のテストを受けました。先週たくさんテストを受けました。
しばらくこの薬を飲みます。
しばらく。No. Okay. しばらくこの薬を飲みます。薬。Right. 薬。Special Japanese. しばらく。For a while. しばらく。この薬。昨日しばらく休みます。Oh wait. 明日しばらくね。休みます。
食べ放題のクーポンをもらいました。
食べ放題。No. 食べ放題のシーフーoh no, that's not it. クーポン。Oh. クーポンをもらいました。もらう we're keeping as kana. もらう。放題。No. However, I feel like we talked about this a couple of times. Wow. Oh, that's interesting. Fun. Oh, I think I screwed up. I screwed up on dai. Kudai. I think I wrote the incorrect thing. Yep. Kadai. Sorry, I wrote the wrong kadai. A few minutes ago I wrote this. That's T. That's part of TE. It was dai. Dai is this thing. It's this thing. So the full fat dai is this. So I screwed up on kadai, right? Kadai. Wait. We need the answer. Right. That reminded me. This is not. This is it. The whole die is kind of funny because whole die is the same is used as a structure, but it's like doing as one pleases. We talked about this a little bit. And then they use feng. The whole die ended up using this. Interesting. Oh no, not this. Right. And they add the same die. Yeah. That reminded me. That was an error. It's fine. It's all you can eat here. Because Tabe is making, so do as you please. So eat as you please. So all you can eat. I received got an all you can eat coupon. All wrong, I know, right? Mori. Mori.
森
Okyak-san.
お客さん
Okyak-san. I don't think I have Okyak-san yet. Okyak-san. I don't know. Let's get what Okyak-san is. Okyak-san. Oh, hey. This relates to the Chinese vocabulary that I have right now. They use ke. They use ke. Right. As in Korean. Which kind of makes sense. Okyak-san. This is guess in Chinese. Korean. And then same character. Kyaku. Kyaku is this same character. And then san implying people, I suppose. Fair enough. It's good enough. These are honorifics. Both of these are honorifics. So, nice. I guess at some point when they introduce this, it won't be too much of a stretch. There is a storm here and my window hinge is messed up, so it's freezing your room. Why are you laughing about that? Cozy up. Haha, you see what I did there? That was actually very, very unintentional. I actually use the word cozy a lot of times, but not, you know, in the verb sense. Yeah. Got some blankets that you can snuggle up. I changed up the verb so I don't use the word cozy. Might be a little confusing.
クーポン
Coupon.
川
Kawa. Oh, we have kawa as well. Kawa is... That's... Why can I not center you? Wait, is that actually kawa? I feel like I'm missing a stroke. Oh no, I'm not missing a stroke. Oh, I am missing a stroke. Yes. Ah, now it feels better. Oh well.
タブレット
タブレット。
8日に予定はありますか？
8日。8日に予定。No. 予定はありますか? Oh, hey, let's see if this is like the Chinese. 予定. Because I have something like it. Oh no, it's not even close. Oh man, that's not even wow. Interesting. I found the bare naked yo though. No, yeah, I guess he has ding in it. As in like must. I think I remember having this dialogue with myself where I was thinking, well, te is kind of like yi ding. No, that's a bit of a stretch. One of my vocabulary words that I told myself that I need to remember in the Chinese section was the aspect of planning as well. 打算 is not close to that. 予定 so 8日 8日に予定はありますか? Oh, I mean, it could be an element of it is a different type of plans. It has a different sentiment. 8日は晴れです。
晴れ
晴れ晴れは whoops. I think you still write the strokes. Japanese. That's a 50-50 stroke right there. 50-50 stroke. Order.
来学期の授業を選びましたか？
来学期 I don't think so. Although, could it be this? Dai and gaki. Well, it's certainly that. And then the ga was like, maybe this thing. I forgot what the key is. Oh. It's qi, xing qi. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna have a hard time coming up with that one. Yeah, no. We got the other two reads though. The other two reads were pretty reasonable. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Practice Yu-Gi-Oh! What was it? Beep 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 beep. Right. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, Erabu. Erabimashita ka? Erabu. Part of our current unit. Okay, cool. Very neat. Business. Yu-Gi-Oh! 同じ。同じは、同じ I don't think so. I think it's it doesn't have the thing that makes it look like Nani. This Naji. Yeah. That's good. Onaji right here. Hmm. もう、私も、私も同じのビジネス授業を選びました。Or no, let's go with that. 私も
同じ
同じ Oh, I'm not sure. No. We'll stay. Oh no. I think I'm actually using Chinese. Wait. You know what? Let's see if it works
No.
though. 同じの No. Wait.
No.
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 That doesn't work. I don't think that sounds weird.
ビジネス
I don't know. Maybe
No.
it doesn't. 同じのビジネス授業を選びました。
選びました。
No. I was seeing if it lines up with Chinese. Like Chinese is flexible in the sense that you could say it's a business class, so like business the right the Jugyo, but you can also say onaji the business Jugyo, but instead no is like nah, that's kind of redundant.
周りは静かでした。
Just curious if you can move it there anyways. Mawari, sorry. Mawari wa shizuka deshita. Shizuka. Right, Shizuka. Mawari. The surrounding area, but does Mawari have sho? Or like basho? No. Oh, we have something related now. So isho. Issue. Sorry, issue. Right, issue. But Mawari. Intriguing. But Mawari. Same character. And it kind of has the same feeling. Ooh. Eat. Right. Issue. But it can be also 1 week. Like 1 round, right? Issue. Like to go around or go around, travel around. And then this is surrounding area. Interesting. Deshita. It's deshita because Shizuka. Shizuka is a no adjective. Or actually, just kidding. Does it even matter in this case? No, it really doesn't. Does it? Yeah, well, don't know anymore. Maybe it will be reviewed later. And my lake was quiet. Lake. Lake is Mizumi. I think we looked at this, right? I was questioning. Oh, no, it's not. And it turns out it's not. But is that Japanese that you're learning? Yeah, this is Japanese, LTO. It is Japanese. Hongo desu. Lake is not related to water at all. The character, well, there's a water marker. Oh, you know what? No, I was thinking maybe you could relate it to Duo. Duo, and it's like man-made. No, that's too much. Would you say that's hard? I mean, from 1 to 10, how would you rate it? Any language that I choose to do is probably not hard, so 1. Every language that I haven't chose to do, 10. I guess. I'm giving you a short answer, but I think Japanese is okay. It's average. I don't really rate things like that. So yeah, there are ups and downs. We'll give it a conservative 5. Yes. Most things I choose to do is probably a 5. Their nearby lake was quiet. I didn't encounter anything particularly that makes me want to throw my, throw a tablet across the wall or anything like that. And I didn't encounter anything that makes me like get bored of the language. So pretty average experience. Chikaku. Chikaku no. Chikaku. Chikaku. Going with it. Chikaku. Chikaku no Mizumi. Might as well practice writing characters that we haven't received yet. You know, the lake is kind of okay. It's water. You could think of it like a water moon. Whenever I think about a lake, I think about a moon reflected off of a lake. It does have a ski. And this kind of reminds me, these two together kind of sort of reminds me of a story. And then there's water right here. Maybe we'll go with that. Okay.
近く
近くの湖は静かでした。
でした。黄色い長袖のシャツが欲しいです。
黄色い長袖。黄色い長袖のシャツが欲しいです。
長袖のジャケットを見せてください。
Are you interested in language learning, LTO? Do you learn? Are you a language learner? Have you partaked in acquiring secondary, maybe a tertiary, or even a quaternary language? You have always wanted to learn it. You're originally from a small city in Brazil, which is home to Indeed, it is. Yeah, you are part of the second largest region that I encounter most of the time around this time zone, right? It's probably after 9 o'clock local time right now. Let me see. Yeah, it's after 9. Yeah. Yeah, many opportunities. I think if you live in one of those cities with Japanese immigrants, that's fantastic. Fantastic opportunity. Maybe make a Japanese friend along the way. I live in a place that does not have Japanese diaspora. Not really. Largely Chinese, Vietnamese, and Filipino. However, I used to live like in general, not really. You spent your whole life surrounded by Japanese people. You never bothered learning it. There's no time like the present, LTO. No time like the present. Obviously, no pressure. No pressure. Take it slowly, you know. If you need some sort of motivation, I would love to hear what you pick up and what phrases you pick up every day. Always nice to keep each other motivated, right? Yeah. If I wanted to give a clearer answer, yeah, when it comes to difficulty, I think of it like this. So, habit formation. Right? I think of it from the perspective of the habit formation. If I can achieve this. So, we have your cue. Oh, I'm taking this from inspired by someone that I was listening to. So the cue, you know, I'm gonna use a different things. I'm gonna use a trigger, motivation, process, and reward. So anything that ranks about a 5, all 4 of these things are present and easily accessible. Right? Sometimes it wiggles a little bit. So for a trigger, what is the trigger? Well, I like video games. I like Japanese video games. I also I already consume Japanese content, pretty much since I was 5 years old. So the trigger is there. Now for motivation, motivation comes from streaming and learning. I am a learning forward, passionate thing, right? And in the process, it's part of the learning thing. So I like creating my methods. So I like experimenting with different ways of learning as I go. And then the reward is I acquire, you know, I learn Japanese, right? And then the idea is that it feeds back to this. So if I don't know a stranger, right? If I just met someone, I would ask them, are you interested in language learning? And then usually they share a motivation that provides trigger. So you're surrounded by Japanese people. That's fantastic. So that's a check. So now at the moment, I did not get an indication that you have some sort of forward motivation somewhere. So that's a thing you might need. And then the process, we didn't talk about the process yet. So I was going to ask you, if you did have the motivation to start, what is your process? Like, what do you do to learn Japanese? And then how are you being rewarded? How are you being rewarded for learning your Japanese? These to me are some of the foundations of habit formation. And in order to acquire a skill for life, like speaking Japanese and reading Japanese, it requires to be a habit. So for me it's a 5 because none of these are particularly exceptional. I don't have like really exceptional triggers or motivation, process, and reward. However, I'm not lacking any of these, significantly lacking any of these things. Things get harder. The difficulty goes up if a lot of these are lacking. If any particular thing is lacking, and the difficulty goes down if any of these things are in excess. So, for example, motivation, and trigger can be boosted by having someone I know, other people who know Japanese, that are my friends. Then the perceived difficulty will go way down, right? That's kind of a more elaborate way of explaining how I think about difficulty in order to be a little bit more clear. Most of the time I don't actually, I try not to, but sometimes I do. I try to see what other people think about their difficulty and how they rank their difficulties metric. So a lot of times people would think about vocabulary and writing system and pronunciation. And generally speaking, when I give a rating, it's usually not based on these things. For myself, personally. If I give a personal rating, it's not based on these. When I try to recommend something or like talk to other people, I have to understand these things. So I watch other people rank them. And this is why I prepared this. I prepared this explainer because I understand that other people rank difficulty very different from myself. This is asking me, can I do it? Can I do it now? Can I do it tomorrow? Can I do it for the rest of my life? Most people are asking, can I achieve this? As in, they are specifically focused on the results. And then once they know that they can achieve the results, then they work on the process. I focus on if I can keep going. That's usually if I can form the habit. And then obviously it's going pretty well. We're almost getting to a year now. Not too bad. To answer your question, you speak Brazilian Portuguese? Yep. Spanish, probably C1. Ooh, I can't. Definitely feel free to hang out later in February. I'll be starting Spanish in February. I'm more like reviewing the years of Spanish I forgot or I have underutilized. Yeah, we had. This is a very classical line of conversation. I'm in the United States, by the way, and United States tend to have a lot of. I'm surrounded by Spanish speakers, so there's quite a lot of Spanish speakers most of the time in my life, as opposed to like Japanese, which is an interesting empathy there. You spent a couple of years learning German, but you're not very good at it, and you have been studying French for almost 2 years. Wow, very nice. So hey, might as well jump into Japanese. You have lots of I imagine French is going well. I find that multilingual people have a very when it comes to difficulty, I think it's fairly irrelevant for people who already consistently learn another language in their life, at least in my opinion. Oh, they're coffers. I like how logical your mind is, although you're dealing with emotional aspects mostly, and I mean no sarcasm or anything. That is, I appreciate your objectiveness. I think there's to clarify, I also think about the objectiveness. However, I think there are plenty of other people who do it much, much better than I do. And this is the first time I've ever self-studied, and I'm not a trained linguist. So if I focus on numbers and stuff, that would be a different field of expertise. So I didn't want to give you the impression that I understand how many numbers and stuff. And I think there are wonderful people who do that far better than I do. My background is teaching or dissemination of information. So most of the time, I focus on relatable things that do not require the nuance of semantic knowledge. So like, does it help you if I told you? It could, obviously, it could. Is it more constructive for me to inform you that there are 20,000 kanji or something like that? I don't think there's 20,000. Well, I don't know how many. See, that's exactly it. Like, say you need to learn 2,000 kanji. For someone who hasn't started Japanese, that might seem like a large number, a small number, daunting task. It's very objective numbers and semantics can be very difficult. However, it is very available. So you can look these things up. How many grammatical points there are. You know, the distance between French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Japanese. The vowel sounds, the number of vowel sounds. But I think if you can start and you can form a habit to the day-to-day, it's achievable, right? Some people look at big numbers and get scared away, and I don't want to be that person. There are plenty of influencers out there that will tell you like, oh, don't waste your time with this language. It has like, I spent like 15 years of my life learning these characters and I'm still not a master of it. That kind of thing. Like, well, I spent I guess I spent close to 2,000 hours now and I'm smiling about it. So job well done, Japanese. You know? That kind of thing. And I think having Japanese people around offers, you need to chill. That's a hot one. You're talking about French. It's going well enough, but French seems, I don't know, too artificial. Oh, okay. It feels like language made by linguists and not people. Oh, I can get behind that. However, it's a very logical language. Things are very tied together. I see. Oh, peep the DMs. All right, let me see. Oh, you're at, oh, okay. Hold up. Let me take a look. In MSI, huh? MSI G27. Let's see. 1440, 27. Matte finish. You're definitely gonna get the same feel. 170. Pretty decent. Even G-Sync compatible. How much is this at Costco right now? That's pretty good. It's an IPS panel, so you'll probably need to adjust to the change in contrast ratio. If it's less than 200, you should get it. Can you get it less than $200? Oh, you'll be at home. I almost feel like this is nearly the identical panel, but lower refresh rates. Oh no, but it's a 1440. Yeah, that's pretty solid. If you can get it for less than 180, I think that's a steal. 200, so you can get a discount on it. That's pretty solid coffers. So, too artificial. Do you mean like, wait, are you saying it's so like constructed and logical that it makes it feel like it's less of a natural language? That does sound very French though. I happen to have a French family friend, and during the Thanksgiving dinner, they made American Thanksgiving was recent, American Thanksgiving, and he made a comment like, "Yeah, we just want to, be different." And the idea is like the things and stuff that they do is motivated by the idea that someone want it to happen. So I am not surprised that that kind of cultural mannerism translates into a language that is very calculated, very logical. And how do I feel if you're thinking about Japanese in that vein? Nah, Japanese has it's kind of a blend. I think you'll feel somewhat at home with its attempts to be logical, and then the nuance comes in, and there's enough noise and like lots of interesting things. As I was talking earlier about being an English speaker, and being an English speaker personally, just from my anecdote, I like that Japanese ends up breaking um a lot of its logical setups because it makes the language feel natural, right? It's as precise as German, but it seems to pretend to be artistic and spontaneous. Oh, that's interesting. I think Japanese is probably somewhere in between German and French from my impressions of like the whole natural feeling or like casualness or uh, it does have the feeling of it, on the one hand there's ultra polite stuff and then there's casual stuff, but I guess that's more of a subjective take, but I get what you mean. In terms of at least my superficial impression. Dealing with like French, German, and I have a background in Spanish. So those are your three languages most of the time when you get an early impression as an American, right? An American growing up, you kind of get an impression of German, French, and Spanish. However, I went the Spanish route. I think Japan still makes me feel like I'm learning Spanish. If it went with the whole how does it feel, like how you're vibing, my vibe feels very similar to when I was learning Spanish. You learn these things, you kind of vibe with it. Nothing is overtly fancy, I guess. And German, I mean, Japanese definitely has a feeling of German precision, though. When it comes to we're hand waving now, so I want to try to get into your mind here, or like feel you out. Japanese has the precision of German requirements. However, the meanings and stuff and nuances kind of have like the little slightly looser feeling of like Spanish, but not a loose cannon. Not like a loose cannon like English. French has calculate. I feel like French has a calculated artistic spontaneity, but English is just chaos, right? Not the chaos. English is Japanese does not have the, in my opinion, the little vibey chaos of English, which is not for everyone. English, that's kind of one of the more common comments I get from people like my immediate family members and stuff who like are attempting to learn English or have English. It's chaotic, which is not quite as neatly tied up like I would say Japanese and Mandarin. Yeah. Spanish is very people oriented. Yes, very natural, although logical. Yeah. So I think outside of that, if you want more something with a nice precision, I think Japanese really fills it. And for the record, El Tio, Aldo, I think pretty much all the Japanese, sorry, Japanese enthusiasts, and Chinese enthusiasts. Actually from Brazil. Brazil. I paused on a very unfortunate like syllable. I think both Mandarin and Japanese is very, very conducive to that. Right, it's very conducive to that. Highly precision phonetically. Actually, Japanese is far more phonetically precise, in my opinion. Like, not precise as in which one's better at sharper or something. It's a very conservative and consistent sounding. Mandarin is a little bit more wavy, I would say, like Spanish. A little bit more wavy, like Spanish. And then, you know, if you're already speaking and writing English, so we don't have to go with the idea of wavy pronunciation stuff in English. I think you had enough of that. If you're going for something different, right? If you're looking for something different. To you, English has basically the same vibes as Spanish. I see what you, yeah. Yes, Japanese phonetics is very easy for, yes, yeah. Yeah, Japanese and Spanish phonetics are really wonderful. I actually say that one of the cheats, quote unquote, not cheats, but more like overlaps, is because I learned Spanish. So like a lot of times there's, you know, the common, I mean, at least in my opinion, the common pitfalls of a lot of the particular sounds in Japan, in Japanese, would be vindicated, would be like circumvented if you spoke a bit of Spanish. I did 3 years of Spanish, and 2 of those, one full semester, so 2 semesters in college, and it took a little bit adjustment, but not too. You like Spanish phonetics? It's simple and concise, very nice. Yeah, and I think Spanish, if you like that part, Japanese is a pretty approachable thing. Usually the stuff that people mention more than multiple times from like Brazil and or other places typically deals with the writing system. So they spend a lot more time focused on reading,
ください
like reading the characters and
く
stuff,
ださい
which personally I have more of a background in like visuals, right? Doing visual things professionally in a way. And I quite like looking at the characters. So that might be something that you might want to consider as a factor about Japanese. I enjoy writing quite a lot, actually. So if you happen to be into art, maybe art, I would say writing characters is beautiful. It's a really wonderful activity. Portuguese is like Spanish, but it has tons of weird sounds that aren't necessarily obvious. Yeah, unless you're a native speaker. The way I can relate to that is I'm learning Mandarin right now. However, I speak Fujianese. So Fujianese, the difference between Fujianese and Mandarin is that Mandarin has fewer tones and fewer irregularities than Fujianese, which is a dialect. I guess it's related to Mandarin, the current Mandarin, contemporary Mandarin today. However, occasionally I would revert back into those patterns when I'm practicing Mandarin. So you won't be able to hear those a lot of times if you're a Mandarin speaker. They will end up coming out as, oh, that's different. But what makes it different is entirely something else. Yeah, weird sounds. We would call them weird sounds in this case. Yeah. Yeah. Give it a go. I look forward to hearing what you decide. So, like, you've been interested in Japanese. What keeps you? from learning Japanese. I learned Spanish because the people around me spoke Spanish. So I'm like, yeah, I should at least learn some Spanish. My parents, they don't really speak or write English. However, they operated a restaurant. And because there were a lot of Spanish people around, they picked up how Spanish people, or Spanish immigrants, the Central American, largely Hispanic, order food. So even my parents ended up picking up the necessary vocabulary. When you work in like food services for a very long time, you at least know how enough Spanish for Spanish people to order food at a Chinese takeout. So it's very functional when you have people around. Yeah, I remember when I was maybe 6 or 7, when my father, like, it's a really wholesome interaction. Like, the person would come in and they would just say papas fritas, right? They just say papas fritas and el pollo, right? El pollo. And my father's like, say no more, el pollo, papas fritas coming right up. Rapido. So that's it. Like, good enough. Chicken wings and french fries. Even though it's chicken and, french fries. But that's how it goes about. You get I'm not sure if you're familiar with Creole. And like the idea is, because there's a functional interaction between activities, the two languages end up being functionally meaning different, but enough to make the transaction happen. So yes, you could say el pollo just means chicken. However, because the interaction between my father and the customer, and then you're going in this specific context, it became a business language. So el pollo actually means fried chicken. And no longer, like, you don't have to add fried to chicken in order to say it's fried chicken. It could have been any chicken. However, because of the way the business and the context, the language itself morphed to meet the meaning of the business transaction. So that's kind of its natural language in its sense, right? Like how the English language has morphed to meet all the internet content. The internet content. Anyways, that's usually my that's usually one of my examples for any Spanish speakers. I do plan on learning Spanish in February of next year. I'm going from the most unfamiliar language all the way to the most familiar language that I have. So I started with Japanese, then it's staggered with Mandarin, which is closer to me, and then Spanish I formally learned in school, and I need to review all that stuff. I would say the closest I would say would be like B1 to B2 is where I stopped. Enough to start reading Don Quixote. That was the milestone thing, picking up Don Quixote and start reading that. Tio, you lived in Paraguay. Paraguay, I came here to study in Paraguayan university. You had both Brazilian and Portuguese classmates, so even though our teachers are Paraguayan, they ended up stuck speaking some sort of... Oh! Interesting. I recently met a Brazilian. Oh, you meant Paraguayan, yeah. Paraguayan classmates, I see. I recently met a Brazilian who learned Spanish so they can go to Argentina for university or med school. That's kind of neat that you guys have all of these like things. Saying Cozy, please. Oh, by the way, Cozy learned a lot of Spanish. So I actually think LTO, you and Cozy are probably could do some chit chat. I'm not that I don't know what your motivations are, obviously, but Cozy is always open to finding new peeps. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here. Obviously, I think I know Cozy sort of well enough in over these years that very welcome to use some of that Spanish. In some situations, speaking Spanish won't get your point across. I have used Portugal. No, Portugal. No, Portugal. Is that what it's called? To Paraguayans. Interesting. I'm not familiar with that term. Context for forces you to. Yeah, that's great. In my opinion, what you did personally, personally, I feel that is the aspect of multilingualism. Oh, you're combining. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. That's kind of like when I say Spanglish, right? Yeah, when I'm Spanglish and Japanglish and Chinglish, right? Yeah. So I think that's part of multilingualism. So LTO. If you're already comfortable with that, if you're already doing that, in my opinion, you Japanese, go for it. No pressure, no pressure. But if you're already doing that, that's what I'm doing now. Hence why I'm like speaking. I don't mind speaking English while I'm learning Japanese and all that because it'll come to me at some point. Sometimes, occasionally I even pronounce English words in Japanese, which that's kind of. And don't mind having third wheel conversations. I'll just read them in my head. No worries.
長袖のジャケットを見せてください。
長袖. Yeah, feel free. The chat is the chat. The chat belongs to the chat. 長袖.
長袖、
ジャケット.
ジャケット、
ジャケットの長袖ね。
長袖のジャケットを見せてください。ジャケット、
見せてください。
ください。
Show me the long sleeve jacket. I want a yellow, okay. 黄色いの長袖. Oh, actually, how many no's do I have?
No.
Probably we don't need a no for 黄色い長袖のシャツが欲しいです。
です。
How did I screw this up? Oh, I was testing something. I was testing if this sentence aligned with Chinese grammar. It did not.
私、
私も同じビジネスの遊戯を Where am I from, Juan? I am from the United States. However, since you're asking me, my parents are from China. However, I'm from the United States, raised and born in the United States. Juan, you don't happen to be Brazilian. Not that I'm going off your name, But a lot of times this time zone tends to be because I'm by coincidence I'm also speaking to a few people who might know a thing or two. South Americans. I meet a lot of South Americans around this time frame, or maybe people in the Caribbean coastline a lot of times. So do I speak Chinese and English? I speak a form of Chinese, and yes, I use English. I am educated but rusty. Like I haven't used Spanish in a while. I'm educated in Central American Spanish. My instructors were Hispanic, and but nowadays it's like using online things. You know, you go online in a video game and like they say something, it's like, oh, okay, I can do that. You know, that kind of thing. Um, not much beyond that too often. Mandarin. I am learning Mandarin right now, like how to read and write Mandarin. I'm not that. I was illiterate in Mandarin until like 150 days ago. Are you interested in Japanese or Chinese, Juan? You speak Spanish? I can't imagine. How about are you interested in any other languages? What brings you to Japanese, or my Japanese session, or this particular Japanese? I think we recently finished. We recently finished talking about the relationship between Spanish and Japanese, and Spanish speakers is wonderful. You're interested in improving English. Oh, interesting. I hope I'm not too difficult to understand. I don't usually say things that are too esoteric or anything like that. So, yeah, feel free. I still use it. I use English most of the time to explain things to myself. So, I plan on learning Spanish again, as in like relearning and refreshing and expanding my Spanish in February. So we could totally you could use English to explain Spanish concepts. That's always. Wait. Oh, Pixie, you're currently learning Mandarin. Oh. It's like instead of speaking Mandarin, I speak a regional dialect. LTO. I can relate to that. You're currently learning Mandarin. How far are you in Mandarin? Um oh, Chilean. How far are you in Mandarin? Like how are you with Mandarin? I could say something in Fujianese just to illustrate the whole regional difference or the dialectic difference between Fujianese and HSK2. Right on. Nah. Don't be crying, Pixie. Uh HSK2 is please read your previous comment. Oh, it's worth mentioning that you don't speak, let's say regular Spanish, but the so-called okay. It's a dialect from southern part of South America. That's fair enough. Yeah. I that that's what I mean by it's relatable. So it's like instead of speaking Mandarin, yeah, you speak a regional dialect. I imagine it was some sort of regional dialect. Fujianese is a regional dialect of Mandarin. Um, you're I'm interested in improve English, and maybe when you already get that level, you're interested in learning French or Russian. LTO. Listen, Juan is gonna Juan is looking at French a little bit. Kind of interesting how the languages cluster. No lo sabes. Es que a mí encanta hablar español. Los memes son muy graciosos. Well, when I think of memes, I know it's not memes, but whenever I see memes, I think of memes. I'm like, oh, gotta get the internet rot out of my ears. but do I know some words in Spanish? I know a couple words in Spanish. There's just your usual casual stuff. I know one. I know like casual conversations still. That's probably where we're gonna start. Don't. I'm not gonna start conjugating things anytime soon without reviewing though. Reading is fine. We can read things. Reading is pretty much all I ever generally do now when it comes to Spanish. Hispanic, Central Latin America. Latin American memes are hilarious. You know? I'll write a note to myself. I haven't ever seen Latin American memes. So I'll write a note to myself to see at some of the Latin American memes. Those Argentina memes made with Simpsons templates are hilarious. Oh, okay. All right, I got some stuff to work on. Pixie. I'm gonna be doing my Chinese language later, like Mandarin later, but HSK2, that means you pretty much have most of the casual conversation stuff down. Do you have someone you speak to when you're learning Mandarin? All right, we do have to finish this Japanese. So stay on that. Do I only study Japanese or also another language? Currently, right now, Japanese is the primary. So we're like, right, 270 days. Chinese is at about 170 days. And then I'll be starting Spanish in February 2024. However, Japanese I started at 0, and Chinese I started at my family. So my family is Chinese, so there's a lot of inherited knowledge in Chinese. And in Spanish I have 3 years of formal education. So we're moving in this way. And those are going to be the languages. Like and then English, right? English, and my mother tongue is Fujianese. And there's nothing beyond that though. We're not going into like crazy territory where we're going down. These are the languages of my life. I see, hear, and read English, Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish all the time. So these are the 4 languages that I want to upkeep. And Fujianese is not taught formally outside of China or even in China. I don't even think they are taught in China. So there's no way you can learn how to write specific things. It still uses the system that Mandarin uses. However, it's difficult to convey Fujianese with Mandarin, at least from my perspective. El español me dio una oportunidad de cambiar la vida de amigos. Descubrí que es abacito. Oh. Yes. O sea que varió. I don't know what that is. Peña aprender. Oh, worth it. Oh. Oh, okay. How many? Yeah. Worth. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It kind of reminds me of value. Okay. It's good to have friends. Definitely good to have friends. Valued, yeah. Nice. So Fujonese, I'm not sure. Sorry, I haven't like read everything. It's like kind of tough, but in terms of languages, right? I technically speak 2 languages most of my time. Like when we talk about comprehension, right? Fujo and English. When it comes to reading, I would say I'm actually pretty comfortable now in reading a lot of things. So it would be we read English. However, I don't mind reading Spanish. And then I think Japanese is in a point where I read like video comments. So I do read Japanese video comments and whatnot now, and then like whatever closed caption in Japanese. Mandarin's a lot faster. So we're getting pretty close in Mandarin, largely because I largely focus on reading and writing nowadays. Pretty neat. Fun. I really enjoy it. I haven't worked on studying languages since a long time. I have to keep, you guys have to keep in mind, I don't know how long you've been alive, but college, when I learned language, the last time I learned language was in college. The last time, that was over 17 years ago. It's been 17 years. Not including this year, it's been over 17 years ago since I last learned a language. So this has been a very wonderful experience. Especially now, learning language is so different. I don't know how long ago you guys been alive, but learning a language in the United States was very different over 17 years ago. It was language learning in general was not accessible, like as accessible as what we're doing today. Estoy estudiando Kenya. Wait, who are you talking to there? Me? You keep studying, it's worth it. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Oh, with Cozy, I see. Yeah, Cozy is the Spanish enthusiast right now. I'm basically defaulting to Cozy anytime Spanish comes up. You know, no pressure. I totally don't pay Cozy either, so not a paid actor. Get our disclaimers out.
授業
授業。私も同じビジネスの授業を選びました。
選びました。
選びました。Oh wait, do we have 15? No. This unit doesn't have.
ようこそ日本へ。
ようこそ日本へ。Oh yeah, welcome to Japan. I'm curious if the ads for Japan still say this. ようこそ日本へ. It's one of the phrases that I remember seeing on a music video. I'm thinking of a music video. It's not Baby Metal. Was it Baby Metal? No, it's not Baby Metal. It's like Nihongo. It has like a it's a group where there's a really jacked jacked death metal singer, like heavy metal singer in it. And then there's two like Japanese female singers. Was it baby? No, it's not baby metal. It's something with baby in it, I think. Or it might be metal in it. And they had this phrase in it. It's a song about like Japanese stuff. It was a little bit nonsensical. But the like the heavy metal doom metal singer guy, he's clearly Western, and he like pata dances with the singers. I don't remember what the music video is. Outrageous, by the way, if you guys haven't seen it before. I wish I remembered hold up, let me see if I can find it. Come to Japan's song new metal. Is it under new metal? Oh no, I'll have to find it in the future. It's a really funny or is a really interesting sensation. Las lenguas romances era más fácil para el general de las palabras. That's a fair point. Yeah. For example, in general, it's very easy to say the general words in French and because of Spanish and Portuguese. Yeah. And Romance languages, very convenient. Very convenient. Agreed. 8時に学校へ行きます。
いいレビューを書きます。
Bring me the horizon featuring Baby Mao. I don't know. Wait. Now you're encouraging me. Now you're being incorrigible. Now I have to find it. Hang on. Oh, it's Lady Baby. Lady Baby. Nippon Manju. Nippon Manju. Yeah, Lady Baby. It had baby in it. But if you guys haven't ever seen Nippon Manju, you're in for a treat, at least in my opinion. It reminds me of a Welcome to Japan song. Sorry, excuse me. Sometimes I like excel and I have a bit of a cough. My bad. It's happened a couple times. Yeah, so Lady Baby. Yeah. Nippon Manju. It's basically a commercial, in my opinion. It's a commercial celebrating Japanese stuff. And it's a wild thing. It's their act. Their act is that. What else do you know? I know. Okay. いいレビューを書きます。I'll write a review with my partner later. パートナーとレビューを will write at later. Okay.
後で
パートナーとレビューを書きます。
薬局
Yakyoku. Wait. Oh, I don't have the kanji for yakyoku. That's okay. Suri is in it. 明日薬局に行きます。行きます。明日。
綺麗なのでここに座りましょう。
綺麗なのでここに座りましょう。座る？座る No. But we did inherit it. Yeah, we inherited Suwaru. 座りましょう。綺麗なので、ここに座りましょう。綺麗なので、その木まで歩きましょう。歩きましょう。歩く。Oops. 歩く。
まで？
ちょっと具合が悪いです。
ちょっと具合が悪いです。I feel a little sick. I'm feeling kind of sick. Okay, that's...
昨日ちょっと熱がありました。昨日ちょっと熱がありました。熱がありました。
I had a fever yesterday. I had a bit of a fever yesterday. Kind of.
近いので海に行きましょう。
近いので海に行きましょう。近いので海に行きましょう。Okay. Alright. I really like the conversations you guys are having. Facial, right? Yeah, facial wa gan maula. Yeah. Oh, interesting. You know gan mao. Gan mao as opposed to Kusol. Using Kusol instead. I have a well, Shenbing. Oh, gan mao, that works actually. I was gonna say, what was the prompt? The prompt was, did I have a cold? Oh wait, a fever. Yeah, facial. And then cold. No, yeah, cold is gan mao. Kaze is cold. Naze, oh yeah, naze is fever. Okay. I was gonna say, do I have sick? Oh, byoki. Byoki is sick. Shenbing. We have some pair ups recently. Yeah. Facial, fever. Gamala. I hope you're not actually sick. 你是不是真的 right? Okay. Okay, that's good. 你说不是真的对不对 You're actually sick? Oh, well, hopefully you get better soon. I see. Well, get well soon, Pixie. Get well soon. Go kick that sickness to the curb. Hopefully I'm not keeping you guys up too much. You know, I go fairly late. 不客气，不客气。let's see. 近いので海まで what? 海まで歩きましょう。OK。
ヨーロッパの言語を2つ話します。
ヨーロッパの言語 wait. 言語 is language, but 言語 but I don't remember. Is it vanilla? It's probably vanilla, right? It's E. So king and then go. Yes. Genko. Genko o Natsu hanashimasu. Hey, we were just talking about this. Well, sort of. I speak 2 European languages, says LTO. and Pixie, probably. And Cozy. Oh, wait. Do we consider a European language? If I speak American English, would you consider American English a European language? Hi, Maku, having an amazing day. Hi, Maku, have an amazing day. I'm going to sleep. Hey, logres todas tus metas de aprender japonés. Thank you. Good luck. Hasta luego. Take care, stay safe, right? Yeah, I'll keep on working at it, right? I'll definitely gambaro. And thank you for stopping by, Juan. Good luck. Yes. Hasta luego. American English is the language of freedom and fries, so no, it's a New World language. Oh, New World language. That's kind of appropriate, isn't it? New World language. You know what's a New World language that I learned in Spanish class? Hasta pasta. I still remember this when I was in Spanish class. Instead of saying hasta luego, I just say hasta pasta. That's not a thing, obviously. It's not a thing. It's more like a friendlek. Like a friendalek. When you have like turn of phrases between people who speak multiple languages. Hasta pasta. I might have offended Italians too in the process as well. I might have offended a couple romance language enthusiasts by saying hasta pasta. Yep. That's what happens. I mean, you know, we say things like Riz now, right? So, you know, we say Riz, you know, you say slap, bruh. It's fine. It's fine. I think people will be fine with hasta pasta, okay? I'm just saying. New World language. I kind of like that. The New World language category. What constitutes as New World language? I guess French Canadian. Would French Canadian qualify as New World language now? So yeah, French Canadian, American English. Would you consider Central American Spanish as New World language? I think that's kind of neat. Thinking about it and like across the pond. That's kind of neat. Did you just say it's pretty based? That's kind of if it wasn't for coffers, if it wasn't for someone that I met on Twitch, I wouldn't know. I still to this day wouldn't understand the meaning of it's pretty based. Now I do, but there was a time when I didn't understand what that meant. Good times.
大学
大学の
の
Europa no
ヨーロッパの
Europa. Man, they went with Europa. Europa no 大学 Yes. But that's not a complete. 日日にI guess what do they want for their そちらへ行きます。
行きます
All right, we're finally getting to our normal unit.
寒くなった。
寒くなった。
寒くな た。
So this is naru, right? Naru with the ku form. I'm gonna call it the ku form of adjectives. So samui, right? Samui. So samuku. Samuku natta. I ate ice cream for dessert. Esatto. Oh, hey, Pixie. You've been since you've been learning. Did I read that you've been learning for 2 years? There is a really fun thing about Japanese. I find that not that I'm saying you should do this, but if I find learning Japanese and learning Chinese very engaging if you're doing both at the same time, because they interact a lot when you're reading. So a lot of times, like when I look at like taberu, right? Taberu, I think of ta and I'm like, huh, what Chinese words do I have with this character in it? Right? Like Ling Shu, right? You would think of Ling Shu. Ling Shu has Shu, right? For snacks, right? And taberu is to eat, right? Not necessarily chu, but it relates to food kind of thing. So there's also shokudo, which is cafeteria, and shokudo is the same in Japanese. Shokudo is the same in Mandarin, right? Sure. Oh no, what is this? I don't remember. What is the read on? What is the read on this character? Oh no. I don't remember the read on this character. Sure. Sure. 实践 no 知道 Sure. I'll get it later. It's fine. It's the same. It's the same written though. The depiction is the same. The characters. I'll get it later.
食べ
Let's see.
アイスクリーム
Ice cream. Oh, デザート。
デザートに
デザートにアイスクリームを
を
食べた。食べた。
た
それを書く意味はない。
それを書く意味。
書く
書く意味
は
はない。
ない。
I don't know if I wrote this. Did I write this grammar note? I did. Right? Nai is actually the conjugation of my eyes. Yeah, nai is the conjugation of aru. So this is aru in negation. Yes. Yes. We are on point now. We understand. それは tough. What the heck? 大変? Oh. これはですね? Where are we going with this? That.
大変
大変ですね? No? Oh, was 大変だったね?
だね
Okay.
昨日は学校を休んだ。
昨日
昨日は
は休んだ。
休んで
休んだ。
だ。
ね? Wait, I missed something.
昨日は学校を休んだ。
Oh, 学校を休んだ. I was gonna say, oh, yesterday I was absent. I'm like, absent from what?
あなたが全部料理したの？
Así no hables Perú. Todo es polar o morón de la de los países vecinos del Perú. Really? Huh. I figured, what does Peru look like? Give me some images of Peru. Okay. Oh, that's a... Nah, ooh, that's really colorful. Sorry, you're just talking about trees and, you know, like the colors of what you see. It's like Peru is okay. You know, you got some mountains, and although I don't know what the rest of Peru looks like. This is a cool mountain, whatever this mountain is. Although those aren't trees. Oh, it's Lima? Oh, I see. You were talking about a specific place. I see. I see like strategically planted trees. And I see what you mean by it's basically brown. Or like of the brown variety. Okay. あなたがなんか全部料理したの？
部屋には本棚がなかった。
Oh, and a big disclaimer. When I read Spanish or like versions of Spanish, however Spanish, I interpret Spanish. So like I will from time to time drop details here and there. The thing is I get the idea of what you're saying most of the time. It's also how I understand Mandarin for most of my life. So no, I can't like understand every single detail that people speak around me in Mandarin. Fujianese is a little bit better, but mostly I interpret most of the time. So if someone said something like, there are elegant speckles of refractive material in the pavement of the majestic asphalt, I would only get the idea that, oh, they're talking about the street, like the road, and it looks like they like the sparkliness of the road or something. And that would be the general idea I would get from the sentence. So then I would respond in the most appropriate way I can, and it'll be good enough most of the time. That's you in French? Yeah, that's pretty much my level of Spanish that I would say I have. You speaking Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, so not at the level where I would say anywhere near English. However, it's good enough to, like, when someone types feverishly in a video game, like describing something, it's like, oh, I know what you're telling me to do. Or like if I see Spanish in a video game and they say to do something, I'm like, okay, I get the idea. I'm gonna do something like that and see if it works. That kind of thing. So when I go outside and when I touch grass, and travel around, and there's like people who speak Spanish, when they ask me like, oh, what do you want? Like, what do you want to order? What do you want to eat? And that kind of thing. It's good enough that I can respond and talk to them. That's about it. You think it's okay? The purpose is to understand community? Yeah. Although, sometimes people forget that, in my opinion. Like, what I mean is sometimes it's not good enough for a lot of language learners, and for me, I wanted to make sure that that's not the case for me. I want people to know that you have to be okay with that in order to get there, right? I think one thing that the internet has forgotten to reinforce a lot of times is you do not start as an expert. You do not do everything right the first time. You don't learn perfectly. That's like almost the opposite of learning. If you do everything perfectly, you don't actually learn anything. Like, you didn't learn anything because you already did it perfectly. So I want to keep that in mind, and I like to share my own examples most of the time because I think you should be very comfortable in like messing around and be comfortable in people saying, oh, that's what we say here, that's what they say there, that kind of thing, as opposed to wow, I don't want to talk to you because your Spanish is not good enough, or that kind of thing. And it's happened quite a lot, like, oh yeah, I'm way ahead of you, so I don't want to talk to you because it won't help me. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, it's a difference, but making it clear, right? Some people don't like it at all. They find it incredibly frustrating and annoying to be around people who are learning things. Like, they can't help but spend most of their time attempting to right the ship all the time. So it can be really frustrating. And we have to understand what we can tolerate, right? So there are a lot of people that I talk to over these days learning Japanese, and they're no longer here. Like, they're not around most of the time because they don't like it. They don't like the idea of being around all the time, seeing someone make mistakes and whatnot. So it is not a bad thing or a good thing. It's the difference in preference. So you got to know when you're really frustrated and not to take it out on other people. You totally agree? You spend more than 10 years trying to learn English and now you almost hate it? Yeah. You got to understand that if you can't tolerate it, you don't have to, right? You don't have to. And I don't think people should be offended either, right? So it's a mutual understanding. Give people who like to make mistakes and learn from mistakes their space, and eventually we can maybe make less mistakes and talk about it with the people when we can, you know? I hate it too, and I'm a native English speaker, so don't say sorry. Yeah. So, if you're gonna speak English, right, just do it. For me personally, like not to other people. I'm speaking for myself. I don't like speaking for other people, and I'm not choosing to speak for other people. But if you're gonna say whatever, I don't think you have to apologize for anything, right? Like, because I'm going to ask you questions. If I'm confused, I'm going to ask you questions. And it's not because I'm like, you're making it inconvenient for me. Understanding where you're coming from is like a learning lesson in itself. Like, if I don't know how to speak to someone who is learning English or improving English, how is that person going to improve English to their desire? And how am I going to learn how to speak to someone who is learning English? I think there's a lot of times when people forget, when they learned a language for a very long time, how intolerant they have become to remembering when they learned English. In fact, some people find it very heartbreaking when they're trying to help someone learn faster because they feel like it's a negative experience. And when you rush someone along, you might not necessarily be helping them in the way that you might be thinking, and it can strain the relationship. Like, oh, why aren't you learning faster? Like, here, let me help you. I can prevent all the pitfalls because we're alike and stuff. And it comes from a kind place. It comes from a considerate place. And at the same time, making it clear so that you don't end up hating each other in the process, right? Getting corrected on English is probably one of the easily most relatable experiences that I feel is likely going to happen, and I don't want to add to it. I don't want to add to the baggage of discouraging people from using their target language, at least in my opinion. I consider myself a native English speaker. At the same time, I don't want to say that a lot of times because it would imply that I would know all the rules and stuff about English, and the answer is no. I don't want to, like, something about classifying yourself as a native speaker gives too much responsibility that I personally do not want to take on. Like, when someone asks me, oh, is this the present progressive? I'm like, yes, I think. You might want to consult someone who actually knows the grammatical terms. Like, yeah, it's a native speaker. It's a native fallacy. It's the idea that someone who speaks, anyone who is a native speaker of a language is also a technical speaker, like a technical person. And I think in English, of all languages, I think you're gonna find that a very, very tough relationship that you're going to have with that with English if you're expecting a clear answer. However, in Japanese though, and in Mandarin, it's still pretty nice. Like, it's still coherent in some way. Simple. Past versus preterite.
部屋には本棚がなかった。
Yeah. Yesterday, skibidi versus toilet? Yeah, I know. Imagine, I still have people explaining to me what that is. Honestly. Not kidding. Not like, I don't make this stuff up. I still have people explaining to me. I ask people, what do they mean? You're too old for that. I'm trying. I like to sometimes a few words like that really gets you connected with someone, right? Like what I mean is, if you really wanted to talk to someone and like if that's where the icebreaker is, I probably use that as an icebreaker, right? Obviously, I would do the thing where I'm gonna do it in a shameless way, like, hey, can you, I don't know what all these skibbity business going on, but can you skibbity me this in explanation or something? And then it'd be like kind of cringy, but it'd be kind of funny because I'm trying to be genuine about it. So you can connect with people like that. Yes, sus. Yeah, it's fairly sus.
部屋には本棚がなかった。
部屋に I can't even imagine what Japanese is like in that's so Among Us though. Yeah, sus. Sus, I haven't played Among Us. However, sus has become universal enough that I do use the word sus here and there. Oh, the Sag and the Dej, yeah. I don't know if Coffers is peeping or not. He was at Costco talking about that monitor. I hope he gets that new monitor. It's a pretty good deal if he can get it discounted below 200. But he uses those emotes a lot, so I gotten used to seeing Sag and Dej. We have a bit of a fremolect, like a friend dialect between us already from all the emotes. I call it like a friend dialect, kind of like a familect, where we have specific words and cues that we use now that would be very incoherent to anyone else. I tried explaining some of them. Like pep has been converted to pen, but pep is a conversion of pepka into pep. And then pep became pen because of Evangelion. So all the words and inferences of pepka is in pen. So we use the word pen a lot of times. And then sometimes we use the word pep. Pepe ones are cool though, but overused, yeah. So pepka has been converted to something else. And language is interesting.
部屋には本棚がなかった。
部屋に本棚ね。
本棚
何？
部屋には本棚がなかった。
部屋には本棚なかった。
がなかった。
Yeah, this is aru in the past tense. There isn't a bookshelf in the room. There were no bookshelves. Yeah, sorry, past tense.
何かあったんですか?
We live in a society. Indeed. I feel there might be more. Brace. Pause for the follow-up. 何があったんですか? Wait. 何かあったんですか? Did something happen?
ここでちょっと待っていてください。ここ。
ここで
ちょっと
待ってください。No. ちょっと待っていてください。
待って
Oh no.
ください。
鉛筆で答えを書いた。
鉛筆で答えを書いた。鉛筆で答えを書いた。Oh, hey, here's one, Pixie. This is a good one. Right here. This character you'll know as Da, right? Da, and that's to answer. Kotae is answer, the noun form of answer. And this character is also kotaeru, which is to answer. And it all embodies in one character. And da, like to return an answer, like wei da. Wei da is to answer in return, like to respond. So hui, return, and answer. So as a response. Yeah. So that's why I am learning Japanese and Chinese at the same time. It's kind of like they reinforce each other quite a lot. There's a difference here. This is and then there are differences which you can use as a memory aid. Like this is kaku. So kaku is to write, or in this case, kaku is to write. But this element deals with a lot of writing, which does happen in Chinese. However, at the same time, things like picture images also get scrambled up. So like instead of using this character, they use Chinese uses tie, right? tie, right? And tie is sa. And then if you combine sa with sashin, sashin, this is picture, sashin. Yeah, so knowing kaku leads me to learning xie, and then xie leads me to ya and sashin, which is picture. And then I just got picture in the terms of painting, which is hua. Hua is wait. Old? Oh, hua. This way. So, hua, right? Which is painting. But painting is not related to e. Which is not related to e. Was this? Or was it? No, it's I know what it is. It's this. Whoops. So e is painting, but hua is that. So there are things that don't overlap, but the thing is they're different. So if they're different, you kind of remember it too because they're different. I know how that sounds, but it kind of works out. Like, oh, there are things that are same and there are things that are different. And kind of makes learning Japanese and Chinese really fun. Like here, you're going to get enpitsu. And enpitsu, I don't know traditional Chinese, by the way. Pixie, I didn't learn traditional. However, enpitsu, like this part of enpitsu, this character is this. It deals with metal. So this is the simplified one. And then you know enpitsu. Enpitsu is a weird here where Japanese decide to do maybe this is a simplification in Japanese form. And then enpitsu is this. The correlated between the two. It would be perfect if they had the same meaning. Yeah, sometimes they also change it up. They also change up the things too, which makes it interesting. I know it's a little bit more work. However, I sort of alluded to this with LTO. For English, you're kind of used to these things, if you know what I mean. Like, oh, you spell gray this way, but this way is cringe. Nice, that kind of thing. So this is what happens too in English and Japanese. I view it this way, where I don't know if you have this argument with your friends or not. In the United States, this is actually something that comes up sometimes. Do you spell gray with an E or with an A? Don't answer that. That might start another flame war. But I spell gray usually with an E, largely because people don't like gray. I might spell it this way from now on. It's still, you can still pronounce this as gray. That's pretty funny though. The person's name as Gray or Gray. Oh yeah. So I'm familiar with someone who has the last name Grayson. Grayson. So I'm used to seeing it as an E. Like Grayson this way. But yeah. I think Grayson has a like a British kind of like heritage. I'm not sure actually. Like the whole like Grayson thing. Like an older colonial time kind of heritage. The whole like race sin ending. I'm plugging Japanese and Mandarin, obviously. There's I want to make it clear that people, I don't want to make it like encourage people that it's confusing or anything. It is kind of confusing, but it doesn't have to be negative about it. One doesn't have to be negative about confusion. You can sort it out. You can, in my opinion, a lot of people have the ability to sort all this out. One of the most common questions I get since I started learning both Chinese and Japanese is that, do I get them confused? And the answer is sort of yes, sort of no. And the yes is that, yes, it's mixing. So the word I would use is they're mixing together. However, I'm saying no because the mixing is what's making my Japanese and Chinese stronger. As in, like, I don't use it as a crutch. It's not, or I actually, ironically, I use it as a crutch. It's one of those things that make me remember things a lot better. Like when I'm reading, Japanese is enhanced by my Chinese curiosity. And then my Chinese learning is enhanced by my Japanese learning. And actually Duolingo does a really, really funny thing where they like parallel the two very, very often, especially the way they structure things. So vocabulary is kind of reading and hearing and not necessarily writing. Writing gets a little tricky, but reading is often boosted by it. Oh, hello there, Charms. Hello. It has been a while. How are you? 最近どうですか? Charm-san. Oh, wait. I don't remember if you were interested in learning a language. Did we talk about this? We met in Neverwinter, so it's not guaranteed. 最近你干什么? I'm good. Just finished your stream. How you been? I've been doing well. What were you doing? You know, business as usual. We do Neverwinter once a week for the next 7 more. I think we have 6 more Mondays, 6 or 7 more Mondays, and we're chatting and digressing while learning Japanese and Chinese again. I met a bunch of new peeps. Met 2 peeps. Multilingual peeps. Multilingual peeps rise up. You want to get to the point of knowing Spanish and not needing English whatsoever? Yeah, I can understand that, Cozy. It's bound to happen eventually. OG Fortnite and just having a bit of Rayik? I don't know what that word means. Wait. Is that an acronym? BRAIC? No. Yeah, I heard about Fortnite. You and your Fortnite. Pronounced as crack means fun. Guys, you see what I mean? You learn a new English thing. Actually, is that supposed to be English? I see, like you learn a new term each day, man. Just looks like the English is changing once again. That's the first time I've heard crack. It's English but Irish lingo. Oh. Well, there you go. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you and Cozy. You and Cozy. What about that? Irish. Crack, huh? Is that a good or a bad? Why am I even asking this? Okay, provide context, provide context. Is that a good crack or a bad crack? I guess fun means like okay. I'm guessing fun means good crack. That's kind of funny. I'm writing I wrote the 答え answer. Dubliners.
私
私
の
私の前
名前
I keep skipping な私の名前は
は
My name is written on this.
は
just
名
kidding.
前の名前
私の名
名
前
は
は Oh no, that's fine. 手紙に斧 Oh no, just これ
これ
にI was thinking my name is written on this piece of paper. 私の名前はこれに書いてno 書いてね What? ある I guess we're using あります So 書いてあります That's fair enough.
書いてあます
That works.
ここは寒いんだよ。
Crack means a good laugh. Like in Ireland, you would go to a pub and drink with the lads and it'd be a good crack. Oh, okay. There's another euphemism in the United States for that. However, I can't say it because it's very explicit. Or at least an idiom that is in this region of the United States. I'm sure you've heard it before. Shoot the... Uh-oh. I accidentally clicked out the window. Oh no. Things are bugged. Oh no. Hold up. Okay. Shoot the stuff. I'll let you fill in the blanks. What do I usually say? Chit-chat? Chit-chat. Chit-chat is probably what I would say. Probably. Yeah. Like you were streaming OG Fortnite and I was having the crack with the boys in party. Makes sense? Oh, okay. Yeah. It's catching up? Oh, interesting. Yeah. You know, I haven't considered it as catching up. Huh. Catching up, share a drink. Imagine explaining this to a English language learner. Share a drink. Would you care to share a drink? Right? Share the drink. Like, how about we or grab a drink? How about we grab a drink? Like, how about we grab a drink, right? Or how about we share a drink? Catch up? Good old English. Good old English. I watched a skit. I'm pretty sure this came from a skit when the interaction between an American, it was like one of those few things, the interaction of an American and a Japanese person. It was more like an Asian person. They were doing an Asian stereotype where like when you say, oh, you want to grab a drink, and then the Asian person was like, they go and buy the drink and give it to them, and then they walk away. You know, like you wanted to grab a drink, so here's the drink. Like, hi, like go buy a drink and here you go, and then they walk away. Yeah, there's quite a lot of literal things with English. I imagine in Chinese, I don't have any idioms in Chinese, so I don't know enough about that type of thing to know of a good one in Chinese where maybe the English might misconstrue it. Maybe something around the slow and steady variety, like the hare, the story about the hare and the tortoise. Maybe? Right? The hare and the tortoise. Notice I said tortoise and not turtle. It would be kind of mean to have a turtle run on the surface against a hare. And I didn't use rabbit. I also didn't use the word rabbit. The hare and the tortoise. Just saying there's a difference. You sent me a video about how to speak. Oh yeah, I already said. Yeah, I saw that. I wrote a comment to it about it, Cozy. I even mentioned personal favorites, the Dublin, or yes. I don't remember which one it is. Oh no, the bots are getting through. The filter is not working anymore. They're evolving, guys. The bots are evolving. All right. Let's continue. The Dublinese, yes. ここは寒いんだよ。寒いんだよ。
ここは寒いんだよ。
It's cold here, you know? The rain is lashing against me window. Wow. Sorry, I read it like some narrator as opposed to like... I'm not gonna do an impersonation of an Irish person. I can't do that. I don't have like a pocket Irish accent. There's a draft in me window. No, I can't do. You know, the closest thing I can think of a game that has like a sort of Irishy feel. I'm not saying the person is supposed to have an Irish. It's the voice, the English voice actor for Nino Kuni in Nino Kuni. The fairy guy. I forgot his name. He looks like this. He has a pointy nose, big head, and he has like an ear. He has like a lantern hanging from his nose, right? Kind of pudgy. I don't know if you guys ever seen this guy, but that was the last time I ever tried to read with a semi that region accent. Says Irish folks don't get offended that easily. No. We're not talking about offending anyone here. What do you listen? You don't think you've heard of him? Okay. Now where the latch is, it's on the other side of it. Draft in your window. Same here. You slam it. You have to slam it shut. What'd you call it? Just a heads up, Charm, not everyone gets easily offended in the United States as well, Charm. And also, the United States is very big. I'm not sure if people know. Sometimes I feel like from the outside, when someone's being careful about their words, they get this impression that they are also easily offended. That's not really how it works. Ireland can fit in one state. Actually, let me see if it can fit in the state I'm in. Hold up. Okay. 46,000. Yep, it can fit in the state I'm in. It is roughly 75%. I will say 70%. Yeah, 70% the size of the state that I live in at the moment. Fairly big. Yeah, no worries. We're being careful, not for the sake of afraid per se about offending people, but more about trying to have a skill, right? Like I don't have the skill to. I like the Irish accent, by the way. Like what I mean is there were times. Oh, did I ever tell you this story, Charm? One time I was in New York City, like just casually strolling in New York City. Usually it's around Chinatown, right? Around the various Chinatowns. So you don't typically hear across the Atlantic English accents, like just chilling. So one day, I was just letting you know, bro, because in my experience, Americans usually tiptoe around Irish people trying not to offend them. Yeah, and I was superseding you. So it's funny because you literally, the reason why I'm mentioning this is you literally had experiences that are reflective of Americans that you interact with. And I was giving you a heads up that I thank you for your concern, but I'm not one of those people. And there are a lot of Americans that aren't, because they don't speak up, right? The ones that you don't offend don't say anything. So that's kind of how stereotypes work, right? So I'm giving you a heads up that the people you experience do not represent the people you don't offend. So it's a mutual thing. It's a mutual thing. So Americans who are hyper aware of these things, they don't speak up when you don't offend them. And that's usually like anyone who's in like a school educated environment. You might be thinking, oh, but what about all those videos online about, you know, the representation? Is like they're loud minorities, in my opinion. So this might get a little sticky, but I would say there's a lot of people, they don't say anything, you don't offend them. It's kind of weird to say something if you're not offended, right? You go around and say like, hey, Charms, I am seriously not offended by what you said, but I just like to let you know. That's a really good point. I think people need to hear that a little bit more. Like, go around to people, like what you're doing right now. I think people need to hear that a lot more. And I should do, in my opinion, I should go around and remind people that for every like singular person you offend, you have to keep in mind that all the people you don't offend, they don't say anything. Yeah, no. But this is my stream. I'll ban you if I want to. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, it's understandable. It seems like you might have had an encounter with some Americans, right? I'm not saying they don't exist. Charm, for sure. I'm not saying they don't exist, and obviously you might, I could say the same thing. Like, let's just say not all if Americans have bad actors, right? Bad actors, proportional to their population, then so do Irish people. Have proportional, and it has to do with very sensitive topics, so we won't go into that. We can't. Well, let's not try to get ourselves like canceled here. The internet, it's a glorious thing. Things escalate so quickly. It's a mutual understanding. Scandalous. I know. Scandalous. Let's stick to Japanese and Chinese. Oh. So, OG Fortnite. How's it going? I was the new season started, and it's Japanese themed, by the way. Someone showed me it. Someone I know plays Fortnite on a daily basis. So, Japanese themed, or quote unquote pan-Asian themed, but it's pretty clear that they are targeting the Japanese trend. So, Epic Games is targeting the Japanese trend. Gotta be relevant. Gotta be relevant. We're learning Japanese right now. 布団はね外は very? Do I go with very? Where is very at? I don't see very anywhere.
Samu.
Excuse me?
Futon. Ushiro. Samu.
So,
布団後ろはの外サム
oh, that works actually. That works. That's fine. You're not a big Fortnite player by any means. Literally downloaded to play the OG Fortnite for nostalgia. Yeah, I heard they a friend of mine and I talked about that. Same friend talked about, we were discussing about how they're making that OG stuff and bringing back OG stuff. New season is pretty cool though. Very nice, very nice. Glad you have a slice of nostalgia. You like the kart racing in Fortnite? Kart racing? Huh. Dang it! Futon no soto. Oh. Wow. Oh, wait. Oh, Sugiru. Oh, too cold outside. Sugiru. That's why Samu is just a stem. Oh. I thought. Oh, no. I don't know what this actually means. No. This is outside the outside. Oh my gosh. I said
新聞を読ん
below.
でいなかった。
Yeah, that's right. Atoru is Atoru. No, that was below. My bad. Below. Right. No, not below. Behind. That was behind. Yeah, Ushiro. Man. All right. I gotta focus. All right. 写真を読んでいなかったです。I like how you put bro in every sentence. I returned home because of the rain. No de. So, 雨なので、家に帰った
雨
なので
で
家に帰ったSo, how do I screw this up? Yeah. Yeah, this is 後ろ。
布団
布団の外が寒すぎる。Alright, we gotta book it.
友達と遊んだ。
友達と遊んだ。No, 友達と遊んだ。選ぶ。高校生。選びます。静か。遅い。
どの料理を選びますか？
どの料理をおmaybe 選びますか？
どの料理を選びますか？
彼は毎朝遅く起きる。
彼は毎朝遅く。No. 遅い、right? Yeah, 遅く起きる。
彼は毎朝遅く起きる。
遅く起きる。毎朝。
授業は来週の月曜日に始まる。
It's a platform, Charm. Fortnite is a platform. Live service models expand by becoming a platform. Platform that will engross and encompass all aspects of your life.
授業は来週の月曜日に始まる。
Which someone showed me a funny the new Duolingo meme video that went viral, or maybe it's kind of newish, where Duolingo takes over Roblox. Kind of funny. It's not like a real official thing. Duolingo's channel doing memes for the engagement.
授業は来週の月曜日に始まる。授業
の来月には、wait。
授業は来週の月曜日に始まる。
来週に月曜日の始まる。
月曜の始まる 授業は来週の月曜日に始まる。
曜日の始まる。あ、授業は来週の月曜日に始まる。Oh, whoops. I think that would be cool if Fortnite crossed Duolingo crossover, expanding language learning. Oh, that's kind of cute. You mean you don't want a Duo to be throwable, where you throw Duo and then it silence all chat? Sorry, or have like call in Duo to kidnap and incapacitate your opponents. Oh man, that's ripe with some memes action right there. Special deployment. When someone lands on a Duo trap, they get knocked out for a couple hours. Spanish or vanish, man. Please do not stand there.
そこ
そこに
に
立っての立たないでください。
ないでください。
どうしてその仕事を選びましたか？
どうしてその仕事を選びましたか？どうしてWhy did you choose that job, huh? How's the stream going anyways? It's going business as usual. We get to meet one or two very passionate language learners or humble language learners, have a few conversations. Met 3 today, which is slightly above average. Talk about it, chit chat a little, try to encourage each other, and then run late on my language learning. That's per usual. Pretty solid experience. What I do? It's progress. I can see that. She stood by the window. Oh, this one had dokoro placed in it. And I don't know what, I'm still not quite sure. So this was insisting that tatsu needs a location, and you need a generic location if you don't have one. So like
彼女
はdokoro, right? Dokoro no mado or mado no dokoro ni tatta.
高い料理を選んだ。
And then I missed the Chinese lesson. Yeah. Yes. Don't worry, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. I just started the Chinese lesson 3 minutes. Actually, ideally the Chinese lesson should have concluded in 3 minutes. 3 minutes in like 3 minutes at turn of midnight. But we're about to start our Chinese lesson. Not really. We're one more lesson away. All good. 高い料理を選んだ。Joys of streaming, always getting off topic. Yeah, gonna be really honest with folks. If you do you know, it's kind of like a you do you thing and I'll do me thing. However, for myself, if I wanted to be straight-faced, no nonsense, no commentary kind of thing, I think earnestly what's a more sustainable habit is recording yourself, editing it, and then posting it. Live content is interesting in my opinion, personal bias. It's interesting because of these happening. Although I can definitely see lots of people preferring to see it live, largely because they want to see it live, right? We still love our sports programs, right? By we, that doesn't necessarily include me a lot of times, but you still want to see the sports thing. I'm asleep, bro. Good night. Oh, are you going to bed now? Fuzzy? Night night.
鍵
この
この
鍵を lose. What is it? Lose. We have don't.
丸く
That's Maruku. Oh, that's
丸く
one. That's round. Nakusa. Yeah.
なくさ
Naksa nai de.
で
Wait.
でない
No
な
way.
くさ使って
That's the
使って
use.
野球
Baseball.
なくさない
Oh, I guess that's a command
De.
without. Oh, that's a command without kudasai. You're struggling? I'm thinking. Take the phone out of my hand. Setting up the monitor, but it says there's an option for 180. Yeah, there is an option for 180. Did you find it? Offers. And how much did you pay for it? What was the discount? Offers. Come on, lay it on me. It's a really good, it's a really
何か
good
なく
pickup
したん
actually.
ですか
何かなくしたんですか? Yeah, but I thought it was 170 on the advertisement. It's one or the other most of the time. It kind of varies by 10 hertz. Like, for example, this one, this monitor is rated for 160, but it's actually 170. Let's just say it's less more about the writing. Bonus. I don't think it's a no not in this case. Unlikely to be upscale. It could does your thing have baked in firmware offers? Do you have a what do you call them? What do people call them? Display nipple? I know what I said. But you can check the firmware. Is there a USB pass-through for firmware updates? I don't know if they do them on those panels, actually. It is an MSI panel, though. Yeah, a display nipple. Did you lose something? We play in the snow. I guess so. I can move it around in the back. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, you can check the firmware on that. Like explore the firmware, right? I would personally look at that.
Yuki.
Yuki no naka de wa play. So asonda.
Da.
Oh, I guess watashi
Watashi. Tachi.
Okay, they wanted the subject. So watashi tachi wa yuki no naka de asonda.
まだ起きているの?
You can see the difference now between curve and non. Oh yeah, wait. Oh yeah, that's right. That is non-curve, but it's an IPS panel. It's an IPS panel, so you're all A-okay, if you know what I mean, coffers. That's usually the IS. I know that you're used to the slightly curved model with the same size because you had a VA panel, but usually the curve is kind of a nice thing to have on a VA panel, largely due to restrictive viewing angles. But you're probably gonna notice the slight curve different, like the flat panel. However, now you have an IPS panel. If you put it next to your other PC, can you see the contrast ratio difference? You probably can. Probably notice the contrast ratio difference. However, you gotta go and hop into like Fortnite and stuff and whatnot. Charm plays Fortnite, that's why I'm bringing out Fortnite. And then notice the 1ms. Oh, did you have a 24 then? As opposed to a 27? Why did I get the impression that you had a 27? Oh, okay. Yeah. Proceeds to floss. Mada. Mada. Well, we'll have to talk about it later. First. Talk about it later. You guys could play Fortnite together. Offers is the guy that plays Fortnite. He doesn't want to admit it, but he has a dependency. Don't at me, Offers. I'm throwing you under the bus. Actually, Charms play Fortnite for the nostalgia, so that can be very relatable. Mada okiteiru okiteiru no? Wait.
まだ起きているの？
起きているの? I'm a mere casual, no sweaty boy here. You're a changed man. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You had that competitive chapter. Life. I would say Coffers was sweaty back then. I don't know if he's sweaty now. Not speaking for him, but you know. Correctamundo.
授業
授業
は
I messed this up. 授業は
来週
来週の来週の月曜日
の
いや来週の月曜日始まる
子供たちがサッカーをして遊んでいる。子供
がサッカーをするなあとのしてで遊んだのWait. 遊んで
たち
Dang it. 子供たちがサッカーをして読んでいる。
子供たちがサッカーをして遊んでいる。
遊んでいる。You been good in any way since we last spoke? Yeah, I went yesterday. I went to a music thing yesterday. It's a kind of like more of an intimate setting. We were hanging out in a studio. There were like around like 10 or 15-ish people listening to some alt rock singer. Some alt rock singer. Lots of depressing stories. heartfelt, emotional stuff. They were all acoustic artists, right? Solo, I guess solo performance audience. It's more like the person singing, and you're basically just standing right next to them. You know, they're surround, get together, sing kumbaya. No, not really. It was kind of a nice thing. 1 hour drive there and 1 hour drive back, so 2 hour round trip. Got to meet up with a close friend of mine. We don't really see each other too often, so very, very nice.
授業は来週の月曜日に始まる。
How are you? Did anything exciting happen? You're willing to share, Charms? Some of your exploits? Maybe you discovered the magic of skydiving since the last time we spoke?
授業は来週の月曜日に始まる。授業
授業は来週の月曜日に始まる。
始まる。
選ぶ。
風だったの？
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 休んだ方がいいです。
その手紙に何と書いてあるの？
Your attitude hasn't peaked as of lately. Sorry to disappoint. Oh, fair enough. Your altitude. I say attitude. Your altitude hasn't peaked, huh? How are you with heights, actually? I stay pretty planted. Fairly planted. In fact, when I sleep, I actually sleep very near the floor. Quite unraised. Very planted person.
その手紙に何と書いてあるの？その
How about food? その書いて Oh, no.
書いその手紙に何と書いてあるの？
その
手紙
その手紙に書いて
なんと
書いてあるの？
あるの。
彼はfat. Wait. Present progressive. Saute form. Futoru into toru. Toru. So is it futaru? No, it's futoru. Right? So futoru, oru. I'm guessing oru is te. Oh no, wait. It's just a ru verb. Yeah, so it's just the ru. So it's ta te. So futote. Futote ita. On the other hand, you've been inclined to go skydiving and the chance was given. Ooh. Interesting. Your fear of height is very minimal unless you're up somewhere high and look down your grand. Oh, okay. Dang. There were a few opportunities where skydiving was presented in my life, and I did not take those opportunities. HDR is so bright, of course. Listen, coffers, you need to wear some sunglasses. Yeah, you need to wear some sunglasses. You know, here's what some people say when people say the darndest things. Here's a darndest thing short thing, which Coffers is discovering right now. There was a time when someone said, oh yeah, like I love HDR, like I can't wait to use HDR, and then they use HDR, right? They turn on HDR, and then they say, can I like reduce the brightness? I'm like, what do you mean? It's HDR. Like, well, like, can't you like adjust the brightness and stuff? But then it ceased to be HDR. Okay, but here's the thing though. There is different qualities of HDR. So when it comes to like pixel panel tech and whatnot, dimming zones and like overexposure and calibrations and stuff, that can definitely affect your HDR. So there's a lot of bleed and whatnot. HDR is poo-poo in your opinion? That's fair enough. HDR is not for everyone. Coffers is just exploring his monitor. I think saying no to those kind of opportunities in the past has inspired you to try new stuff every chance you get. Interesting. I like your lighting natural, where HDR can be helpful with those dark scenes in movies, etc. Yeah. If you like your lighting to be natural, then yeah, HDR would probably not be for you. Indeed. That checks out. Well, here's my rebuttal to the saying no to those kind of opportunities. The answer is, if you took I'd like to think that I picked different opportunities over those opportunities at all times. So like I like to think that when people say no to something, they are also saying yes to something. However, that might not be a great deal of people, a very significant number of people think of it that, where like you're actually making a decision, and the decision is more than one fold. So oftentimes when people say, oh yeah, I missed out, it's like, but what did you do instead? And then they would say something that undermines their other decision, but that's the grass is greener on the other side kind of deal. It's not always greener on the other side. A key example of this was you had a chance to try snails when you were younger and you refused to try them. Something so silly, but you regret not trying them. I strive to make the uncomfortable decision when you can. Interesting. What did you try instead when you said you didn't try snails? I think regret to me screams like you didn't see your other decision as another decision. Uncomfortable decisions. Do all decisions have to be uncomfortable? I suppose. That's a fair, I guess. What is uncomfortable to you is things that are not alien to you, or like things that are alien to you. Learning is certainly an uncomfortable decision, right?
細い、
所以
静か、
選ぶ
選ぶ、
高校生
高校生、選びます。
部屋には本棚がなかった。
What do you usually do when you have two comfortable decisions to make? Like, if you wanted to go to your favorite pub versus going to, I don't know, your next favorite pub. Or what happens when you have a decision with two equally favorite pubs? Does it become trivial because it's a comfortable decision? Your French teacher brought them, escargot, brought them in during class, so I didn't get to try anything. Oh, it's not due to FOMO, because I can always try them again, but I regret not taking the opportunity and trying something new, even if the likelihood is that you won't like it. It's the perspective, the experience. I can see that. Your wording is interesting though. You're telling me that it's not FOMO, but you keep like you use the word regret many times. Huh. That's a lingering thought that I have on your word choice.
部屋には本棚がなかった。部屋には
本棚がなかった。I wanted to share that it gives me the impression that there's FOMO. Not that if you're intentionally doing that. When I read when someone says they have always they constantly linger on regretful thoughts about opportunities and having opportunities pass them, I feel like that is someone who's speaking from a perspective of FOMO.
誰
花取りました。紫選びます。顔休み。No. That's体書く花選ぶ As someone who deals with anxiety, most decisions aren't comfortable. They have to push harder to accomplish those things, if that makes sense. Not to get too deep. Well, I mean, this is the type of conversation. This is the type of conversation I typically engage in. So, feel free to go as deep as you want. I think currently it's probably making it more interesting. I didn't hear because you were focused on typing. Oh, so whenever you use the word regret, right? It feels to me like saying something that isn't FOMO, yet you use the word regret, makes me feel like it's interpreting as FOMO when someone says they're regretful for not like taking an opportunity, right? I can give an example. So I didn't complete the whole story. When I said I was offered an opportunity to skydive, I actually chose the opportunity to go canyon swinging. So I wasn't regretful that I missed out. Like, I wasn't regretful or feel any sentiment towards not going skydiving, but more I got to canyon swing. So there are two separate decisions, right? But it's the one decision. So for example, if you didn't eat escargot, then what did you eat? If you know what I mean. So what did you do instead that day? And here's another thing. Maybe you wanted to save yourself from the maybe it was for another day, you know? For another day. Now you have a more mature palate and a more adult-oriented one. So you know what? You should fly to France and get yourself a plate of escargot. I'm kidding. But that is a possibility, right? What if your odds of loving or liking escargot went up after skipping the first opportunity of trying escargot when you were younger? So many interesting ways to think about it. Sometimes the timing of when you enjoy your first experience could reveal a different outcome, right? So like if you didn't start learning Japanese, if I didn't start learning Japanese today and I learned it earlier, what would it be like? Hey, it's so much sleeping today. Oh, hey, Blair. Oh, I'm glad to hear you did so much sleeping today. Wait, day off? Claire? What changed? How'd you do so much sleeping today, Claire? I don't want to be too much antagonistic to FOMO, but I think FOMO needs to take a hike sometimes, Charm. Experience tells a different story. The ultimate experience tells a different story when FOMO comes around, right? Like, for example, it also dampens the relief as well. Like, oh, someone has FOMO and then they finally got access to it and it turns out it's not as great as it turned out. However, there are times when you might save it for a rainy day. So go out and try those snails. Charm. When you're ready. And if you're never ready for it, I think that's fine. That's fine too. One of the things that I find that alleviates anxiety a little bit. I know you mentioned the whole thing about dealing with anxiety and most decisions are uncomfortable. Knowing that you don't have to experience everything, but at the same time, everything is uncomfortable. Sometimes things can become more comfortable when you wait. And that's okay. Well, when you choose to do something, you're also choosing not to do something. Those are two decisions. And sometimes when someone struggles with anxiety, choosing not to do something can become such a negative burden that you might get into a situation where you keep choosing things that are uncomfortable and not familiar and lose a sense of self, lose a sense of consistency. So I think that younger self of yours might have chosen consistency every once in a while, and that's all right too. You think on a deeper level, I look back and regret that silly little decision because with your anxiety, it's so easy to refuse new experiences because it's out of your comfort zone, and part of the fighting anxiety is making the uncomfortable decisions. I don't take a step back in progress, if that makes sense. That does make sense. I don't think I'm gonna be very forward with you. I don't think that's deep enough. And what I mean by that is, okay, not the word deep. I think it's not wide enough. So you're constantly fighting the anxiety of not taking a step, but you're making progress because you're always living a day in advance. You've made a decision, and that decision is with you for the rest of your life. That is progress. Your progress, though, for me, is what I am afraid of. What I'm concerned about is the idea that you can make negative progress by making decisions, which that can be really awful. So you're saying there are right decisions and wrong decisions, and I can definitely see that. I don't necessarily think that will aid in the anxiety issue. Right, choosing not to eat something seems very can be viewed in many different ways. However, negative progress is interesting. Right, you don't want to take a step back in progress. I'm not entirely sure if conditioning yourself to always taking uncomfortable decisions would be a step back. At least I don't necessarily think it is that. I really appreciate you sharing this kind of thing. I can say I might not seem perhaps like the person that has to cope with this kind of thing, but there are different ways to tackle what I don't construe as silly little decisions, right? I think silly little decisions sound like a coping phrase for what seems like a little decision seems like a very large part of your life, right? It's important. I totally understand what you mean. Like, what I mean is, if that makes sense, it makes a lot of sense. it makes a lot of sense. Here we talk about anxiety quite a lot. Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah, quite a lot. It's time to order those snails. I'm kidding. Snails are pretty alright, honestly. I'm not sure if I had like solid escargot. However, in Chinese, in China, there is a dish that deals with snails as well. You will try them one day. I'd like to hear your thoughts about them one day. There is a Chinese dish that uses like more of like your soy-based garlic, ginger stuff. Not what it's called. It's it's I guess it's Cantonese. Canto. I think they're called periwinkle. Oh, and it's in a black bean sauce. Yeah, it's traditionally in a black bean sauce. Pretty nice. I don't know what condition escargot is in, the French style stuff, but this stuff is they're cooked a lot. You'll be the first you come to when you do. I'm glad to hear. Well, you know, it doesn't have to be the first, but I look forward to hearing about it. Yeah, go kick anxiety in the butt. I really commend your 180 push for making uncomfortable decisions. I want to give you the impression that making comfortable decisions every once in a while is also fantastic, and I don't necessarily think it's negative progress. Right. Going back to OG Fortnite, for example, can be very cathartic, right? That nostalgia is fantastic. So you made a wonderful decision in which you can understand that there are places where you can experience nostalgia by making a comfortable decision. I'm saying this anecdotally, largely due to the nature that there are times when I find people ended up beating themselves up quite a lot more than anyone could beat them up, and that sucks a lot of times. No regrets. You're saving yourself for your future snail adventure. Right? Save that enthusiasm. Yeah. Self-love is a great way to address anxiety too. Charm. Self-love about your decisions, right? If you don't have self-love, you can get someone to tell you that. I think snails are not for everyone. I know that when you're around people, you're like, "Oh, how do you not want to try this new thing?" Yeah. Anxiety is an inward battle, I would say. It's definitely an inward battle. I got a little heavy there. Blair, no, went out shopping, stayed up to watch Thankmas till like 3 p.m. I slept from like 4 to 11. 7 hours is a lot of sleep, Blair? Say what? Inward battle. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, inwardly battle. What is Thankmas a movie? You're gonna have to inform me about this Thankmas, Blair. It was a payday. You slept almost straight through. Oh, okay. Do you wake up intermittently more often than not, Blair? I wake up at least once. I like in 4-hour shifts. Like it's 4-4. Nah, Blair's used to this. Blair's used to this. Right? Hopefully, that's not too presumptuous. 雨なので家に帰った。Ambient is a charity event that Jacksepticeye runs every year around this time. When I woke up at 7, he had done 1,300,000. Oh, well, that's awesome. Good for him. It happens now? Huh. This year's charity were suicide prevention. You could record the whole thing. I didn't know that. Fair play to Jackie Boy. Yeah, it's a really great charity, suicide prevention. Pretty close with that. I'm quite close with that multiple times. Not like somewhat of a personal thing, but also like a interpersonal thing too. Had a couple experiences. I think this is year 7. Hope he continues to be able to do something like that. Make the world a better place. Right? In effort at a time. I returned home because it rained. Because of the rain. Christmas can be a rough time of year for a lot of people. Agreed. Honestly, I know this might sound somewhat of a privilege or maybe a first world problem thing. It can be rough for both the mind, body, and spirit. Sometimes people are hit more in the spirit than they are with the soul, like with the body and whatnot. And then we can think of like also, you know, like people who don't have privileges and whatnot. And boy, thanks Nojo. You're really glad you got to catch it despite missing out on a lot of the other streams starting at the same time. Oh yeah, and then PoE 2. Yeah, PoE 2 launched today. Yeah, that certainly did. Also, I think the new Indiana Jones game is a thing as well within the last week. There's a bunch of things going on right now that may or may not be capturing the tenuous attentions of youth. The Indiana Jones games look really good. It's from the developers of Wolfenstein, right? The most recent Wolfenstein game. They're doing good. They're doing excellent IP work. Yeah, are you guys planning on playing it? Either of you? At some point?
牛乳
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 feel. So 気持ち
気持ち
気持ちが悪いです。
です。
悪いです。
牛乳
牛乳を飲ん
すぎのみ
のみ
のみ
I drank too much. How does it work?
のみ
Oh, the mass form, right? 飲み
すぎ牛乳をのみすぎですて気持ちが悪い
Maybe like this. 気持ちが悪い牛乳を No.
気持ち
We do this.
ですが悪い
do this. 牛乳を飲み、飲みすぎで、right? Because it's すぎる。yeah, すぎて、すぎて、気持ちが悪い。Or is it the other way around? Oh no, that's...
昨日は学校を休んだ。
It's something you'll be keeping an eye on for sure. You have to watch the first movie before playing it? Yeah, it's between the first and the second movie, yeah. The Arc and... what was the second movie? Crown? Dial? Circle? Secrets? Oh, it's Temple. I think it's between Temple and Arc, right? The Arc and Temple movies. That's the period that they're around. The game takes place. We don't talk about Crystal Alien, but what about the Great Circle? Oh no, not the Great Circle. Yeah, the Crystal Alien, but what about the Dial of Destiny? What about the Dial? You know? I think I didn't watch the last one yet. Crystal Alien. The movies are gold. You watched them on VHS back when you were younger. You kind of miss them growing up. I did not watch them growing up. I watched them recently as well. I watched them in, I guess, the chronological and production order. I think they're the one and the same. Outside of... yeah. The Dial of Destiny was better than the other one, but honestly, they didn't need sequels. But I did appreciate an actual close to the series. That's a fair statement. Temple scared the heck out of you as a kid. Temple was the one with the cart, the minecart thing, right? Temple of Doom is the thing with the minecart, right? I think just thinking about the practical effects and the stunt where it makes me... oh no, I'm talking about the art. Oh. Same with Jurassic Park. You didn't watch them growing up, but I went back and watched the JPs and the JWs. Yeah. I did watch the first Jurassic Park. And then I went back to watch the other Jurassic Park, knowing that they were releasing Jurassic World. And I think I'm caught up with Jurassic World. Not that... it was okay. JWs are okay. You know, 学校、休んだ。I took a day from... You need to watch the latest one? I see. JP, also a good series. Glad they gave us sequels. JWs were the same vein as IJ. Don't need them, but built lore, yeah. Wasn't there another thing? So what you're saying is same sentiments for Star Wars? Blair? On both ends? At the flanking ends of Star Wars? This kind of goes on and on when it comes to Disney. as well. I know it's Paramount that we're talking about, but this also goes on and on with Disney as well. The reason why I brought up Disney is because of LucasArts, Lucasfilms. Yes, you'll agree to that? Fair enough, fair enough. I did watch all of those as well. Honestly, it made you realize that if I had enjoyed more dinos than cats as a kid, I would have been that kid that was obsessed with them. You know, telling me the minutia of incredible paleontology at every turn and opportunity, and telling me the miraculous differences and statistical variances within raptor claws, right? And then being able to provide mimicry of vocalization of the theoretical raptor calls, right? I did it. I might have had one person over my life that was very enthusiastic about kids. Oh, you were a dino kid, Charms? What kind of kid was I? Not a very. What would be very generic back in the day? What was I? I think I was more of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles person. TNMT. Although my childhood was like a very different thing, where hobbies and stuff might not be something we talk about most of the time. Dinos and Spider-Man. Look, that was so neat. Let me grow a baby raptor. Yeah, sci-fi. Baby raptor. Land Before Time made me want to have a dinosaur, I suppose. I feel like before there was Jurassic Park, there was Land Before Time. Cozy already went to bed, but we talked about Land Before Time a bit back. Children was playing soccer. You know what though? Homeward Bound. Homeward Bound. I think that took my love for the stereotypical Americana golden retriever type to intense levels after Homeward Bound, and then the Bud movies, the Buddy movies, right? Bud, the golden retriever. That's when it went fever pitch. Yabba Dabba Doo was cool too. Oh yeah, true. That's right, Dino. There's also Dino in the Flintstones. Children are playing. Do you guys still remember the movie? Was it John Goodman? He played Fred as well. No, I know we're going in a different direction. I know you were referring to something else, but now I'm on Flintstones. Oh, Babe. Yeah, true. Babe. So many animal things earlier on.
子供
He was also he was also the voice of Blue's follow-up in Jungle Book 2. Never had Nickelodeon growing up? I kinda did. Kind of. I was already very old. Yeah, Goodman in Jungle Book 1, I forgot what happened. I think the original Blue Blue actor, I forgot how to spell the bear's name. Either one of these. Might have passed away. Or something. I think. I don't know why they didn't recast Jungle Book 1, like why they recast, but Goodman was the bear in Jungle Book 2. Here's a really random one. Goodman was in the sequel to Cloverfield. I know this is really an odd detail, but at some point I quite liked Goodman in his in different roles, and he was in the sequel to Cloverfield. I forgot what it's called, but you know, that shaky camera one by J.J. Abrams. And then they did a it's like the shaky alien camera one, but there was a sequel. There was a sequel, and I think Goodman was one of the perspectives characters. It was the thing about like an unseen alien, and earthquakes kept happening. It made people nauseous when it came out, the first Cloverfield. But it was J.J. Abrams' like kind of climb to fame. And J.J. Abrams is that guy that makes like the first two movies of things and then leaves the third film for other people, like the new Star Trek films. So those are J.J. Abrams. Goodman voice acted a side protagonist in Rage, the video game. Oh, really? I did play the first Rage game. I didn't complete the first Rage game. I should go back. Now that Mad Max is all the rage.
たち、ソウル、
子供たち、子供たち、サッカー
サッカ
をして
ー、して
遊んでいるWhat is going on?
がいる。
また食べ過ぎました。
Oh, he was that character. Intriguing. Awesome trivia. また食べ過ぎました。また。You should exercise more. What do you get off at telling me what I should do? Kidding. 運動方がいいです。いいしたよ。です。
したよ。
No.
したよ。
Just したもっと運動方がいいです。or したですよ。Oh, it's just desho. Oh no. Oh yeah, right. Wait. Oh, shita over here. Whoops. Exercise needed a to do exercise. We needed to do exercise. Right. Right.
運動
して
し
した。I wonder why they use that instead of して
方がいいでよ。
My face as a kid when I heard his voice. Oh. I didn't realize you were such a Goodman fan. Alright, folks. We're at the end of our Japanese lesson. That's okay. Only 2.5 hours more than the usual. I gotta get up, take a bathroom break, and whatnot. Chinese lesson. I don't want to keep anyone up, but definitely it's very late actually for charms, now that I think about it. Hopefully you're in good health. Some people are not in good health. Hopefully they get well soon as well. It's good to hear that Blair's be getting some sleep. No worries, you're gonna head to bed. Yeah, it's gonna be, yeah. Thanks for chilling and hanging out and chatting again and catching up. What you call it? What? Having a good crack? Yeah, it's nice having a good crack every once in a while, right? Yeah, hopefully you sleep well. I was surprised that you were doing, yeah, it's one of those nights. Yeah, it's midnight already, yeah. Yes, charms. All right, folks, that's a wrap for Japanese today. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is not Monday, right? For me, not Monday. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. So じゃあね、またね。皆さん for buenas noches. Yes. Buenas noches. Hasta luego. And I'm gonna get up, go to the bathroom, get some glucose, and I will be back. Check on my baby dinosaurs. You don't know what I have brewing in the lab. And then I'll be back with Chinese lesson. Thank you.